We have a new enemy in town.
So we know this stream is fueled by ADHD. That was System of a Down. You see, back in the day, young ones, let me tell you, to prove that I'm here to talk about history and I'm a good teacher and I'm not some crazy ADHD fucking Zoomer. I'm a real one. See, they didn't have to do all this get on TikTok and wave their bird hands and yell words at you to make you feel something. They fucking had to write songs, these California people. They had to make whole fucking bands, songs, productions, and go on tour to spread their woke message about how we need to build a prison. Or maybe he didn't want us to build any more prisons. I don't know. And I also don't know what Rage Against the Machine was bitching about the whole time. Everything in the 90s was fine, they all say. There was no problems at all. So then, actually, doesn't that make Rage Against the Machine fake if you think about it? Because nothing would have happened because time was never bad until now. Whoa, weird that time's like that. But that's why we're here to do history. So we can learn that time was always bad and everyone was always bitching and nothing will ever get better and no one will ever learn. But with pizzazz and entertainment. Woo! Rage Against the Machine too woke for you, Tonto? You gotta admit, though, that Tom Morello, good on that guitar. Actually, I think I'm putting him at, like, #1 guitarist. Actually, hot take. Well, I don't know if that's a hot take. I mean, he did the OST for the Pacific Rim movie. Yeah, how you gonna get any better than that? Anyway, this is history, but what brought me here, actually, to prove how ADHD I be, was watching that Oregon Trail, the history of Oregon Trail, the video game. Because I was thinking, I really want to make a game. I just have this game designer brain. I used to host Survivor games. I've always, Survivor, Big Brother, I've been bitching about autistically to nobody who cares about how some of those seasons are rigged as fuck. Boston Rob is not a legitimate winner of Survivor because Redemption Island was completely fucking rigged for him. He was never even on Redemption Island. He didn't get voted off, but every single challenge was a motherfucking puzzle because he's good at slide puzzles. Rigged, take his millions away. Okay, anyway, I had to get that out. Tonto, don't tell me that. What, leftist group? Leftist? Tonto, you were just trying to confuse and fucking bully me. God. Being a real Republican right now, that's what you're being. But, oh no, wait. You're being a real fucking Hoosier right now, that's what you're being, which means fake everything. What you believe is, here's my pile of dirt, and here's my check from the government. Nobody take it, or touch it, or do anything. As long as those things aren't messed with, everything else is actually okay. I just bitch to pretend to be human and not some whatever. This is not Indiana history either because we're not learning about abject failures today. We do have some U.S. history, but anyway, see ADHD. We watched the history of Oregon Trail, the video game. A video game that was made out of passion to teach things. And I want to make a game, and I'm like, well, that's simple. Because Oregon Trail is a visual novel, really. You're just making choices. And I've been doing the pixel art, and I mean, it's like 1 bit. Maybe I need to go. I haven't done any 1 bit stuff, really. That'd be fun to do. And I'm like, we could just do this. This is simple. Just to get my first, so I can say I made a game. Because RPG Maker, and I might use RPG Maker for this because it still works as a visual novel maker. I always have this problem with that. I will start something and then I start thinking big. I get into it. I get too into it. I'm having fun. And then I get too creative. And that engine is just way too limited if you want to fucking do anything fun. Quite honestly. Well, I don't know. So, okay. Oregon Trail, visual novel, we just gotta create kind of the same scenario as Oregon Trail, as in, trying to just survive, meeting... having incidents happen, but, you know, it's the future, and we're not limited to a fucking Commodore 64 or whatever the fuck. They were writing that shit on paper. Like, so we can do a bit more choices, bit more things, but I have to pick a time period, and I think this will be fun, because doing it the same way they did, which was, here, let's give you history about going to the Oregon Trail, and we're going to present it in a gamified way that they're going to memorize those facts because they keep replaying it to get further and get more family members surviving, right? So, like, we are going to make an educational game to sell to the school system. Or we're going to do a shit post. One or the other, but I'm going to do my own art, going to do my own writing, and this is kind of part one. There's a lot of videos. I don't know if I'm going to get through it all, and some fun stuff. It's all history related. There's not going to be no dead bodies today, other than ones from hundreds of years ago, so we don't have to feel bad about it. Okay, so basically the point is, I'm going to watch a lot of history videos. We got videos from all sorts of different countries. Well, I mean, the videos are like Extra History, that Blue Jay guy, a whole bunch of different channels, the usual suspects. I don't know if they'll all be great. I don't know the difference between AI and... Because when you're just doing still image, here's a drawing of a person, I don't know what's what no more. That Extra History, one time they had a guy that talked like a robot or some shit. And then they had another voice actor. And it gets confusing sometimes when I listen back. I think I prefer the second one. I like that one. Anyway, I don't know which ones I got, but, oh, I gotta get my Google Doc, where I've labeled them all by, country. So, I'm gonna present you all the choices of where we should start. France, Korea, Pirate Times, I wrote, Europe, I guess, China, Russia, medieval Europe, it was going through a phase, Japan, fake Japan, Germany, colony times, antique roadshow. So many choices. But even if we gotta decide what time, we're gonna see what time period sounds the most interesting or fascinating for a game like Oregon Trail type concept, right? That's what we're on the lookout for. But if there's any interesting characters that come up, and then this is also where we get to take our knowledge from all the ewoos and the listening to crazy people, all that stuff, we can still do a fun kind of shitpost referential thing, just kind of subtly, you know? Kind of mix them with historical type characters, because, you know, real life is stranger than fiction. History is nuts. We're not doing it, but y'all know that South Sea bubble stuff? England shouldn't exist. It makes no sense, okay? It's like an island, right? It's right there. It's a little island. They went from that little island, like, had the whole world and then fucking lost it, but then they never did shit about France over here, always making fun of them all the fucking time. And then they're still there. How? I don't get it. Do you guys know why England's still there? I don't know. Crazy. But, so we need to, as I watch these videos, we need to eat, sleep, and breathe history. We need to be like one of these people. This is 1958's woman. It's a little island. Then why didn't they just fucking leave? Why didn't everybody just come over to the fucking colonies? Just ditch it. I know they built a lot of castles there and shit, but it's just bricks at the end of the fucking day. Move. Once once people were like, King, this place is lit, and you can grow corn and wheat here, and like, just move over here. And then Ireland and fucking Scotland will forget about you, and you don't have to bring them. And then all good. But then somehow the French still showed up. I thought the British didn't like the French. I honestly thought they did come here to get away from the French, but then there's Canada. Where'd that come from? I got Canada on here. We got some Canada history. Anyway.
I'm Lacey Faye, and I live every day like it's 1958.
That means her husband beats her every night, right? Is that what that means? That's what Twitter said.
People's reaction is it's almost always positive. This is who I am. This is what I like, and I feel like you should do what you like. You should do what makes you feel beautiful and dress however you want to dress that makes you feel the most like you.
People will stop dead in their tracks, and they'll just stop, and they're...
Whose idea do you think this was? His or hers? Yeah, fucking what? Breaking kayfabe.
Their eyes are fixed on her as we'll walk by.
One place in town that kind of brings in the 1950s vibe quite well is the local pharmacy. It's called Bullet Drug, and they have a soda fountain, they have a jukebox. It makes it a lot.
Maybe they exist as advertisements for this place. It's like, whoa, that weird 1950s chick, I don't know where she is, but most likely if we go get a soda pop and hang out at this place, then maybe we'll see her.
Fun.
Chocolate sundae?
Let's do it. As soon as
It did say housewife, so she doesn't work.
I put
Does she use a debit card or a checkbook? I need to know that.
on the first 1950s dress with my hair and makeup done, that's when I felt like I was finally me. I found my authentic self, and I've never looked back since then. I really honed in on the 1950s because of my grandparents. They got married in 1955, and their stories, it just made it sound like the best time ever. Everything's beautiful, colorful, happy, optimistic. We bought our home 4 years ago, and it was built in 1953. So we've tried to pack as much in as we can while keeping it authentic. I don't want it to look like it's a 50s museum. I want it to look like it's an authentic.
Okay, though, but all this stuff, except for, like, the material... Hey, sorry, I'm being a real woman right now. Other than the material on this furniture, all this stuff is back in style now. The Art Deco, like, so she is in fucking style. This is a trendy house right now. Crazy. But, like, the Victorian shit, that's out. I'm sure everybody's got a fucking grandma that still has the chairs with, like, the flowers sewn into it, and, like, the weird couches and stuff. That's done. That's going with their generation. Victorian ain't ever coming back. I'm calling it, ladies who's into interior design. Victorian is out.
1950s home that you've walked into.
When people walk into our house for the first time, a smile.
Well, Fuyin gets the first one of the night.
Now that's a funny meme.
Comes on everybody's face.
All this shit is super... This is fucking a KitchenAid probably from the Kohl's. Like I said, I'm sorry, because I am into a lot of this stuff, actually, and yes, all of that fridge and shit, people pay high dollar for 1950s fridges to put in their garages, and they paint, and they're really cool.
Our 1950s kitchen, I've tried to do as authentic as I could, and I think the appliances work better. It was built to last forever, that you would keep that forever, and I think so. I mean, a fridge's been running for 70 years. It's fine. It's not stopped yet. The only room that's not decorated 50s is my son's room. So we let him choose.
They have a kid. I hope it's like just a whole bunch of fucking Metallica posters on the wall. He's painted the room black. Fucking hair flipping at the computer. Fucking looking up serial killer manifestos. That's what that kid's doing. Yeah, those fridges are not... They're not very... Yeah, you're right about that. Because they let a lot of cool air fucking leak out of them.
It feels so normal to me now that I wouldn't really think of it as different anymore. When we first moved into the house and started getting more objects secondhand, I always thought that was kind of weird, but it just got to be so normal, and now it's like fun to go to the thrift store and find something that just makes our house.
That's kind of why I understand this, because like I said, since I always used to go to garage sales, thrift stores, all that great stuff, it's the thrill of the hunt. Because you always find stuff where you don't expect to see it. Like, I got Rob the Robot and a couple Game Boys and stuff at some old woman's rummage sale where it was a whole bunch of old 1960s clothing. Like, it's just the thrill of looking for stuff. And some people do, like, theme things. I know a woman who, like, doesn't have 1960s, but she's painted up her house like this. It is very aesthetically pleasing and nice.
Perfect.
This front section is true vintage. One of my favorite ones I just barely found a couple of months ago, and it's actually like an early 50s, late 40s. Another one of my favorites is this one, and I love it because it was given to me by the original owner. To me, the 1950s style is normal. I understand that to outside folks looking in,
well, okay, so video game idea number one. I'm making another Google Doc right now. Surviving having a mother that cosplays a certain time period. But you have to know all the facts about that time period because she will, like, ground you and take your food away and fucking starve you if you don't feed her fantasies about being a 1950s fucking housewife. Like, it's almost a horror in a way. Like, hello, son, I filled your lunch pail today. Mom, they have food at the cafeteria. No, you'll take the food your loving mother prepared. Like, it's fucking... I think that's a hot idea. Writing that down in DemonCringe's ADHD ideas.
that it could be weird, but I think everybody's weird in their own way. Everybody's nerdy about something, and it might as well be something that you love.
No! We got this person too. This is 3 minutes long.
I guess I was always the funny boy at school that had this strange interest. So gradually as I grew older, I loved the music and the cars and the fashion. My name is Ben Sansom, and for years now I've been fascinated with history, particularly the 40s, so I decided to recreate the 40s as much as I could in my own home. I'm 35 now. My parents
Oh, that means he has a water closet.
probably thought I'd grow out of it, but I will always live like this now. I know I'll never grow out of it, and I shall probably die living like this.
Does he have a wife he beats if she doesn't make a sandwich?
But that's fine, because I'm ensuring that their way of life isn't forgotten.
Oh, that's
And
a
the heart
sweet
of the
ass
house
Zenith radio,
really is
though.
the Victorian range. 1890s, fully restored, every nut and bolt, working perfectly, even after 120 years. It's marvellous. I use it all the time in winter. It's fantastic. Endless supply of hot water and great fun, but hard work. Blacking the range every day is filthy. I have a very sort of modern life in one sense. I'm BA cabin crew, so sort of jetting off. But then when I like to come home and retreat and go back in time in my own little period house. This is
Disgusting.
the master bedroom. Being a Victorian house, it is more Victorian up here because in the 30s, visitors...
God damn it, Mercury. I'm sorry.
Now that's a funny name.
You tricked me there. I thought it was gonna be the same thing.
Use the best room, the front room, so that's where you have all your Art Deco modern stuff. But the older part of the house, where visitors wouldn't see, you'd have all the hand-me-downs, the Victorian furniture. One of my favourite parts about the house is the location. The view outside this window hasn't changed for practically 1,000 years, being the old town church. It's just a pity about the modern traffic, can't do much about that. Yeah, I've got 1 or 2 concessions to the 40s. I don't do microwaves or dishwashers, I don't go that far, but I do have a fridge, I'm afraid. Meat safes aren't great these days. I've got a fridge, sorry.
I love how he covers them in shame.
I think years ago I used to hope that one day I'd have someone live with me and be sort of compatible, but I think my interest is so extreme that my partner has a modern house.
You know, I've never understood, why is having a bomb shelter a bad thing? Like, I think everybody should have one. I kind of wish in the 60s, when material was better and shit, everybody would have made one. What, does it make the country look cowardly? I think it's just a good idea. Because, one, like, it always safe from tornadoes. You gotta make sure, well, here's the problem, the hoarder people are gonna fucking fill it up, because I'm also like, that's extra storage for your beach shit. Like, it just seems like a nice idea to have a little nice getaway buried in the ground. I think it's cool. I think everybody should build themselves a bomb shelter / man cave.
And I have a period house.
So I survive when shit
It's
goes
great,
down.
because not everyone wants to live like that. I appreciate that. This is my old...
You're right, Fuyin, and that's why the Make America Great Again is an annoying slogan to me, much like others, because it was never great for everybody, now was it?
wartime backyard, the courtyard garden. My absolute pride and joy is our locally made mangle here. My grandma might have actually used this, belonged to a neighbour of hers. And yeah, it was made right here in our town, and it's Victorian, again, survived 100 years. What can you buy now that you'll still be able to use in 100 years' time? It's incredible, really. I think it's so true now that the world moves so incredibly fast. I mean, I'm 35
I wonder if anybody lives a Harry Potter lifestyle.
and I can't keep up with it. I don't understand Twitter and iPhones, and I really don't understand technology. It moves so fast. But I think we are more isolated today. I mean, you can have hundreds of friends on Facebook, but do you go out and chat to your next door neighbour over the fence? I doubt it. You know, it's scary.
Now, because I've been watching a lot of Boardwalk Empire and, you know, things from the mobster days. And then Gangs of New York, there's just something about men just being a bunch of peacocks back then with, like, the more fucking bright the goddamn pinstripes are, the more fucking real and legit I am, bro. And then don't forget about my hat. But I think this time period is actually best fashion-wise for men, dare I say.
Today, I think
in the
we're
60s,
more isolated.
60s ain't bad either.
And we've lost such a lot that I'm just trying to hold on to some of the old world charms of that period for as long as I can.
I just want to imagine, well, I have a basement. Why can't I just be happy with what I have? I don't know why I need, like, a fucking shelter separate from the house. Who the fuck am I running away from? I'll get one of those sheds from, you ever see those sheds and gazebos that are out there for, like, $7 grand or whatever? I just throw one of those in the backyard. Good to go. All right. Time to get to history. I've decided the first country we're doing is my favorite Asian country, Russia. It's in Asia, isn't it? Yeah, quick one. I don't even know what time period this is. But it's a video from the Blue Jay guy. He's funny. Blue Jays actually look like this. I know I've said this before, but it's wild.
There are an abundance of iconic combinations out there, like spaghetti and meatballs, a sorority girl in a white Jeep, or depression and alcoholism, but like US presidents and convertibles, not everything can be a match made in heaven, and as much as Mother Russia would love to dominate the high seas, nearly landlocked nations and stellar navies don't exactly go hand in hand. But for all the Russian Navy's dismal, underwhelming, pathetic lack of glory in the early 20th century, it's always important to look on the bright side. Like how it gives me good YouTube content. So on today's episode, I'm gonna learn you all about the misadventures of the Russian Baltic Fleet. It's the turn of the 20th century, and what better way to kick off a new era than expansion? Russia is cold, which is great for things like stopping Nazis and badass TikToks, but not ideal for ports. Having your port turn to ice every winter is what those of us more versed in nautical terms would call not very cash money. The Russian Empire notices China has a pretty nifty—
Oh yeah, I do. They sound like fucking crows. They're annoying, but that's how you know they're coming. I don't know why birds need to fucking announce themselves and let everybody know where food is. And then they like get all upset that the other birds have come for food. Well, why did you tell everybody? This is just the one thing about birds I don't fucking understand. Anyway. Poor Arthur.
port with, get this, warm water. However, there's this pesky little thing called a border in the way. But that's okay. China isn't European. It's not a real country. So Russia takes control and gets the Qingdalisa in the port. Japan doesn't like what they see, so they meet with Russia and are all like, "Hey, vodka boy, invading China is our thing." But Russia won't share, leaving diplomacy dead in the water. But that's okay. The new DLC just dropped and everyone's just itching to try out their new toys. So the Japanese attack Port Arthur, kicking off the Russo-Japanese War. Fast forward a few battles and the Russians are losing pretty badly, so the Tsar authorizes quite the preposterous proposal of sending the Russian Baltic Fleet to reinforce the East. And you may be wondering, but Blue Jay, what's so preposterous about sending reinforcements? Well, kiddo, the Baltic part of Russian Baltic Fleet means it operates in, get this, the Baltic. And as we learned earlier, boats don't like ice, so you can't go this way to Port Arthur, meaning the Tsar authorized a plan for an 18,000-mile journey around the world, which is 29,000 kilometers.
Well, then what if over here, I don't know where this is. I might have to take a geography test later. But what if over here they say, fuck you, you're not getting through because we don't like you today. Or I'm fighting with this country over here, so we got a blockade and we don't trust you. Like your whole plan could be ruined just trying to go through this. That's a really bad bet.
Or 1,140,480,000 gumballs. The voyage was also a logistical nightmare, as the Russians didn't have any holdings in Africa or South Asia to refuel along the way. Add that to the fact that the fleet spent months at a time frozen in port, so the crew of mostly uneducated peasants couldn't tell you the difference between a bowline knot and a porcelain pot. This group of inexperienced conscripts was put under the command of Admiral Rozhetsvensky, a man so prone to anger that his staff made sure to keep a large supply of binoculars at the ready due to how often he would throw them overboard. But hey, fuck it. What better way to learn than a trial by fire, right? So they set—
There, that's a cute character trait. Here. Character trait ideas. I'm taking my notes. The that's pretty good. Someone that's always throwing shit, so you need to have extras of it.
Set sail on their epic quest to turn the tide of the war and bring glory to the motherland. And immediately the flagship runs aground and a cruiser loses his anchor. While they waited for the flagship to refloat, a destroyer forgot friendly fire was on and rammed into a battleship, prompting it to return for repairs. Don't worry men, surely this can't be foreshadowing. As the fleet pushed on, a growing hysteria spread amongst the crew. They were afraid that at any second they'd be ambushed by Japanese torpedo boats. By Denmark. This is where the war is if you forgot. But the crewmen didn't have time to worry about things as frivolous as logic, so when two fishermen approached the fleet to deliver a message, they opened fire. The two fishermen survived the false alarm without a scratch thanks to the horrible standards of the Russian gunnery. As for their message, they
fucking troopers over here. Just go home and say you did.
informed Rear Admiral Rozhetsvensky.
I would just tell the Tsar that we all died. I would crash that boat and then just colonize a new land personally.
That he'd been promoted to Vice Admiral. I earned this. This wouldn't be the only false alarm, as later another ship signaled that she was under attack by 8 Japanese torpedo boats, only to find out that there were 0 Japanese torpedo boats. There was just nothing there. Having survived the Baltic, our heroes made their way towards Britain, where they encountered a small group of fishing trawlers at Dogger Bank. But surely by now our skittish sailors have learned their lesson. Ninjas! Streliete bullshit! Chaos ensued as the Russians laid down hellfire upon the unsuspecting fishermen. The Russians are going bonkers. Some run around the deck aimlessly waving cutlasses to repel imaginary boarding parties, while others just cuddle up on the deck with life jackets, accepting their demise. Keep it up, men! These Japanese have horrendous aim, Igor. We haven't even taken a hit. But hey, at least this time we made sure they weren't fishermen first. We're shooting at fishermen, aren't we? Definitely a possibility, sir. Well, at least we didn't fire on our own ships, killing a sailor and Russian Orthodox priest. The British trawler fleet were sitting ducks as their nets in the water prevented a hasty escape, and the Russians fired at them for 20 minutes before realizing their mistake. While this sounds like the setup for a massacre, you forget our heroes are about as effective as a guy holding a fish on Tinder, sinking only one trawler and damaging 2 of their own ships. The battleship Oriole really captured the spirit of a TikTok pickup artist, reportedly shooting 500 shots without scoring a single hit. 2 fishermen and 2 Russians died in the mayhem, so at least
How much fucking resources and ammo were wasted that day? I'm sure the ocean critters are really sick of fucking humanity's bullshit. Even current day. Like I said, those whales are gonna get addicted to cocaine. Drug boats, whatever, we're on drugs policy. There's still mass cocaine falling into the water, is there not? That's gotta do something not good. I don't know. I don't trust it. There's some big animals in there, and you want them addicted to human stuff?
the survivors can brag at the local pub that they tied with the Russian Navy. This event became known as the Dogger Bank Incident and nearly ignited a war between Russia and Britain. The Brits just settled for revoking their access to the Suez Canal, forcing the Russians to make a slight tweak in their course. The slow, coal-powered fleet made its way towards Africa, attacking more civilians and cutting underwater telegraph cables along the way. They met up with some German supply ships to refuel due to the aforementioned lack of African holdings to make port. What nice friends, those Germans. I'm sure their relationship will last. Africa's pretty big, almost as big as my self-loathing, so they took on double loads of coal and kept giant piles of the stuff just sitting on deck. Definitely the kind of thing to land you an EPA audit. But it's not like any sailors were going to die from black lung, except for the ones who did. Morale is low, so the Russian crew decides to lift their spirits by treating themselves to the exotic pets of Madagascar. Alright men, you all can— hey Igor, stop sniffing glue for a sec buddy. You all can go to shore and pick out one thing to bring back with you. Nothing too crazy, like snakes or crocodiles. What did I say? Sir, I can explain. Watch it throw back the shot at Tito's. The ship became a floating zoo as the crew brought on a bunch of animals to roam the—
What? Okay. Littlest pet shop. Littlest pet shop on a Russian Navy boat. You know, just hell of a video game ideas today. Best game devlog ever.
The deck freely, including a crocodile and a venomous snake, which apparently took a liking for vodka. Panic followed shortly when the snake wrapped itself around guns and bit a commanding officer. One sailor gifted the admiral a parrot, which soon took after his rather extensive vocabulary of Russian curses. The flagship soon became overrun with chameleons who would frequently go missing due to their ability to seamlessly camouflage. Hey Igor, have you seen Comrade Camo? I can't find the little guy anywhere. No, I don't think so. Have you seen him private? Yeah, I don't think he's seen him either. But a good zoo isn't complete without an underwater exhibit. And luckily for them, the cooling plant on their refrigeration ship broke down, forcing them to dump all their meat into the ocean and giving them a nice following of sharks. At one point, the fleet was holding one of many funerals for a sailor who died of illness. During the ceremony, the Kamchatka fired a gun salute. Excellent work, gentlemen. Hey, say, you boys did make sure to load blanks, right? Yes, sir. Yeah. Igor, you're looking kinda pale there, buddy. After some more shenanigans, like foiling a mutiny and receiving a shipment of fur boots and coats instead of ammo, Admiral Rozhetsvensky realized that they were approaching Japan. Ah shit, that's right, I didn't train them. So he decided to run some gunnery practice on a stationary target. Miraculously, our group of misfits managed to score a single hit on the ship towing the target. But hey, potato potato. At long last, the Baltic fleet closes in on Japan, approaching the Tsushima Strait during the night. The fleet extinguishes their lights to maintain stealth, all except for the Orel, which, as a hospital ship, kept them burning in accordance with the rules of war. The Orel comes upon a Japanese ship in the dark. And finally, after an extensive list of false alarms attacking fishermen and merchants alike across half of the high seas, they come across an actual Japanese vessel. and determine it to be Russian, so they used their lights to communicate with it. The Battle of Tsushima ensues. While our gallant sailors hold their own against the Japanese, the Baltic fleet was decimated. 4,000 Russians die, with an additional 7,300 taken prisoner, compared to roughly 100 Japanese deaths. This effectively ended the war, marking the first time in history that an Eastern power defeated a European one. Way to go, buddy. Let's add that one to the scoreboard. Oh dear. So, in conclusion, the Russian Baltic Fleet's odyssey around the world is a tale full of shenanigans and blunders, with our troublemaking peasant crew racking up quite the body count of innocent civilians and friendlies before seeing an actual enemy. And yes, while they may have attacked ships from practically every global power, disabled cities' communication grids, killed fellow sailors with gross negligence of safety practices, nearly ignited a major—
Did you guys know that we're in a space war right now? I'm sorry, as a member of, what's it fucking called? The ban outer space. I don't know, but why? What's on the moon that we need so bad? Fuck that. Why? Because China's going there? What are they gonna do there? I don't know.
Major European war, and were about as accurate as Helen Keller playing laser tag. They also taught a snake to drink vodka. 9 out of 10 stars.
Okay, so I've no idea what time period that was, but I wrote down littlest pet shop on a Russian Navy boat in the box of extra binoculars. So, what would this game be called? Something in the Baltic. (1904, 1905). But, like, so you would be conscripted, so that means you got no choice. You're a serf, you're going to war because you were told to, and you're put on a fucking boat where it's cold, going on a cross-world adventure, fucking shooting up fishing boats. And then all the motherfuckers bring animals on the boat. Fucking, they don't know what diseases those birds could be carrying either. They have a parrot out here cussing. It's a pretty cool setting, actually. No one would be expecting it. That's a cool story. Good job, Blue Jay. On to the real main events now. I'm gonna take a test on the states and capitals to see if I actually know shit. I could do the world. I could figure out where, like, what's going on in the Middle East. But I don't even know where the fuck Oregon is, to be honest. I thought that was the place Seattle is, but I guess I was wrong. Now, I knew the states and capitals in elementary school. 50 nifty United States of the 13 original colonies, that stuff. And now I don't. I'll get the little monitor off of here. We don't need that right now. Alright. Here we go. 50 questions. New Hampshire. I think it's Hartford. Oh, fuck. Concord Jelly. New Hampshire, live free or die jelly. Connecticut. Hartford. Okay, I was right this time. Tennessee, Memphis. Oh, really? That's the place where country music comes from. Not a place for business and lawmaking. Massachusetts. Not Boston, is it? Okay. The place Matt Damon's from. North Dakota. Bismarck. Ohio. No, it's Columbus. Columbus, okay. Columbus is canceled, though. They gotta change it. Minnesota is the place where they do... No, what? What? This is wrong. All the protests and all the stuff happens over here. Is anybody even over here in St. Paul? What? I'm confused. Arkansas, Little Rock. That's where racism happened. Nevada. It's not Vegas. It's not Reno. It's gotta be... Yep. Okay. Is it the... What? Where the fuck is Olympia? Who's ever been to Olympia? Have you ever heard somebody say, oh, I just got back from fucking Olympia, Washington? No, you've never fucking heard that ever. Louisiana. Oh, Treeport's where, like, you'll die. Baton Rouge. Oklahoma. Oh, it's not Oklahoma City. Don't you fall for that. But is it... Oh, it is Oklahoma City. You did not. That's not a real place. Oh, Maine. It's not Olympia. I won't be tricked again. It's Augusta. Named after Caesar, I think. Pennsylvania. Philadelphia. Where the fuck is Harrisburg? Lincoln. California. Everybody knows it's the one no one cares about. Sacramento. Michigan. Lansing. Mississippi. Jackson. Maryland. It's not Baltimore. Annapolis, yes. Montana, Helena. Ooh, it's Juneau. Illinois is like the one Springfield. South Carolina. I'm sorry, is this America or is this the fucking Empire of Spain? Why is everything named after Columbia's and Columbus's? Oh, Georgia? It's Atlanta. Yeah. Ooh. Boise. Kentucky is Frankfurt? Yeah. Vermont. Montpelier. Yeah, okay, because Montpelier for some reason always sticks out in my head from all those dumb songs and shit. West Virginia, this piece of shit state. It's not Concord. It definitely ain't fucking Huntington. Charleston, is Charleston in West Virginia? I thought Charleston's like a rich place. Like, time's up. I didn't get it. West Colorado, Boulder. Oh. Indiana. No, it's not Frankfurt. That's not a real place. Utah, Salt Lake City. Wyoming, Cheyenne. The cigarette brand. Florida, that's easy. Tallahassee. I like the name Tallahassee. Rhode Island is Providence or Newport? Not Newport. Okay. That's where Lois Griffin's from. Oh. Kansas City. Kansas City isn't in Missouri. What the hell? New Jersey. Trenton. Phoenix. Oh, all I gotta do is think about NBA and NFL teams. That'll help me. Oh, it's Charlotte. Oh. I'll rally a bad person anyway. Oh, fuck. Hawaii's a state. Got it. Kansas. That's easy. Dover, South Dakota. It's not Deadwood. I think I would remember if there was a state with the capital Pierre, but I guess I didn't remember. No one gives a shit about Corydon, Indiana. Iowa, Des Moines. Texas is Houston, right? What? Austin's the capital? They don't even like anybody there. Virginia, Williamsburg. Oh, I know this one. No, I don't. Because I could get it. Montgomery. There, I'm back on it. Oregon. It's not Eugene. What? Oh, fuck, Albany, I won't be tricked. Wisconsin, it's Milwaukee. It's not Milwaukee. Guys, I got 33 out of 50. I learned I don't know much about geography. I'll do better in another life. This is why we have to learn about the colonies. Yeah. I didn't do very well in social studies, actually. Crazy, I know. Alright, that was Russia. This is America.
In 2018, professional basketball player
So 2018, Akron, Ohio is the setting, apparently.
LeBron James conducted an experiment on his hometown of Akron, Ohio. His subjects? The underprivileged youth.
This is kind of like a dream come true for me.
The question is innocent enough. What happens when teachers treat students like family?
You can help the next, Barack Obama.
When I started as a teacher, I was told you're not allowed to touch kids.
Would it make them better off as adults?
You can help the next, Sean Diddy Combs or Jay-Z. You can help the next, LeBron James. What's that?
What is this? What? 2018 was a terrible time.
Stake their lives.
Well, today the results are in, and it's not looking good.
Yes or no?
Scary part is, ramming his head against the wall like that.
Hi, I'm LeBron James. My favorite subject is math.
No current 8th grade student has passed the state math test in some 3 years. Helping this evening, the principal of the LeBron James I Promise School in Akron. She slapped an 11-year-old student. Public school leaders are responding to concerns over their handling of recent threats.
The mission and the goal of the school is to have these kids feel.
Okay. How is the news, by the way? Because, Charlie Kirk's killer had a death note on him. I feel like the news needs to explain the plot of Death Note at some point to, the parents and the boomers. That's all. PSA.
Like they Sean Diddy Combs.
I called my boss and I said, if you don't get me out of this school, I will quit right now.
But looking back, it's easy to see why people were so optimistic. When it started back in 2018, celebrity backed schools already had a notorious reputation for gimmicks. Will Smith's New Village Academy.
Director, some of the staff of the school, as well as some of the curriculum.
I actually didn't know they were a Scientologist. Whoa.
Ties to Scientology.
There's also Kanye West's Donda Academy.
In a ranch with no windows.
I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm not having my 3rd graders out learning.
Why are all these people starting schools? Most of them got where they got by fucking dropping out of school.
How to shoot rifles.
And of course, Sean Diddy Combs' Capital Prep.
Sean Diddy Combs.
Attention parents, attention parents. This year I opened up my own school, my own charter school.
It's definitely a 15-year-old's dream.
It's always a dream of mine to come and be able to touch my community.
Each time they make promise after promise, market, fundraise, and eventually end up falling apart one way or another. At a glance, LeBron's school is exactly the same thing.
Why not?
But there is one big difference. This isn't just some fancy private venture. He put in the work and got that government cosign.
Now I'm going to sign this, and it's a great honor.
It's going to be a real public school for everyone. Kind of.
A specialty school is what we call this school.
See, the government allows some schools to become testing grounds for methods they want to try out. This is one of those.
We really want to give them the freedom to be innovative, and then we watch to see, does that work? And then we can bring it to the rest of the district.
Some of the tests here are positive. For instance, LeBron's foundation.
I'm sorry. Charter school means fucking private school that you're paying tuition for? No, I don't want the fail projects on my kid. You take that to the free kids. If I have them in public school, I understand. What, like, they're getting an education. You might as well use them for tests. I get that. That's why you pay extra. Oh, free tuition. Okay, that's why they're experiments. Never mind.
And many others throw in millions of dollars a year to pay for stuff like free tuition, uniforms, bicycles, helmets, even guaranteed tuition at the local college. All pretty nice. You don't need to take it from me.
I don't know where I'd be without the foundation.
Having the support of LeBron James Family Foundation has changed my life completely.
I love being in this program. It's life-changing.
See, it's life-changing. However, not all the experiments are equally positive. For instance, LeBron wants the school to only admit kids that are like him.
Academically and with attendance.
He missed 80, something days of school. That's a lot of days.
Basically, they pull exclusively from the bottom quarter of achievers in the district
to design a brand new public school for some of Akron's lowest performing students.
So a combination of bad kids and kids with special needs.
This school is going to be special.
But that shouldn't be a problem. They've hired top-of-the-line faculty, a police officer to stand guard, and a principal who looks like she'll definitely have those kids tamed.
After she allegedly hit that 11-year-old student.
Opening day makes national headlines like it's a movie premiere.
We are here for the opening of the I Promise School, of course.
Later today, 240 third and fourth graders will be welcomed in here.
I need you standing straight up. Welcome to your first day of school.
On the first day of school, I was like, I ain't doing this. I'm leaving right now. Bye. They made me stay.
How many of you think you're stupid because you're here?
LeBron, I see him in these kids, in a sense.
Unfortunately, the problems start right after the opening ceremony ends and the kids get to the classroom.
It was early on that we noticed a lot of our students acting out.
Oh, police, put your hands up! The schools that I used to go to, I was bad there.
First off, in a place that's supposed to help kids get up to speed with multiple grades of learning material, there sure are a lot of distractions.
I thought this was a store full of shoes. You know, the sneakers, I'm gonna steal some.
Media crews, national
Do it. Do it.
news
They
coverage,
put 'em there
and a movie
for
crew
that.
following the kids around because LeBron commissioned a Quibi documentary to be made about the school's foundational year.
He wants you to say however you feel. Whatever happens in a circle stays in a circle.
Oh, you're also not putting my kid on a reality show. Not doing that.
Everybody's
LeBron
watching
James.
us. Ooh, how's the I Promise School going to do?
And with all that going on, there's still these new teaching methods they're trying out.
Place that will aim to educate the whole child.
That educates the whole child. A complete wraparound effort.
Wraparound supports true family integration.
The whole child approach in education to me is probably one of the most critical ideologies that we have. Any individual that wants to become a teacher now has to be prepared to become a parent also.
Teachers are now supposed to be like family members to the students, and that includes touching them.
Not only just academic needs, they come in with emotional needs, physical needs.
Touch my community.
Something that they banned from public schools a while ago, but they're bringing it back.
When I started as a teacher, I was told you're not allowed to touch kids. You know, you're not allowed to show affection.
I don't know how they expected this to end.
A hug, that is going to happen here.
Spoiler, she does more than a hug. The kids with behavioral issues start to take advantage of the loose rules.
Her only goal was to stay in the classroom, and it was for 15-minute periods at a time.
I have dealt with a lot of disruptive behavior, but never where it was so emotional.
I'm gonna be a police officer, I'm gonna be a nurse, and I'm gonna be a doctor.
I jumped her.
You know what that means?
Jumped.
I knocked her glasses off. Boom!
I've seen students not following directions in class. Totally unacceptable and not reflective of a leader.
Just kind of do my thing. And even people call me a midget.
Let's be real, these kids go to juvie. They're not, no amount of talking is gonna fix them. I just, you know, we all went to school with these kids. This is what they've chosen. They've chosen thug life.
They call him Shorty, Midget, Mini-Me.
This is real leather. I'm just telling you the truth.
I remember so many times crying. Sometimes he even scares his teachers.
LeBron's social media posts about the kids are also causing some instability.
Gonna be good being a police officer. So you know, I'm famous.
Made famous by LeBron James is getting attention from schools across the country.
You think that I'm jealous? Huh? Jealous?
And before long, teachers start to crack.
This is a 911 emergency. We need to adjust on the fly.
One day they just broke me to the point of where I just cried and I had to walk out for a minute.
A few consider quitting in the middle of the first year.
At first, you have the romantic thoughts, like, I'm gonna change the world. This is a little harder than I thought.
Being in this school setting and we're under the spotlight, there is extra pressure.
LeBron kissed me. I didn't die, I just got knocked out.
We are creating change. It is.
I also love how they think, like, oh man, the kids saw a celebrity, so that's definitely gonna make them behave because kids, sports, role models. Is there any kids in the school that don't give a fuck about basketball? Maybe hockey's their thing.
Going to keep you up at night.
But all these issues are just speed bumps. It's a learning process.
It's not instant oatmeal that we create here. You can't just put the
Maybe there's someone who fucking hates Space Jam 2.
oatmeal, pack in the bowl, put it in the microwave.
I hate this school.
We're okay with dealing with
I just hate it.
The documentary concludes on a high note. All this effort and the kids are still barely able to pass any of the exams. But they are one of the highest ranking schools in terms of growth.
Oh my God, look at that.
We're outperforming the district.
On growth, we were in the 99th percentile.
Over 70% growth.
But achievement on our state report card, we got an F.
But progress is progress.
He still gets up, walks out of the classroom, but he doesn't slam the door. So that's huge progress.
The proof is in the pudding. I mean, look at what we're doing here.
Things will get better.
As a community, we'll get through it. Right.
Then the COVID lockdown throws all hope out the window. By 2021, everyone's desperate to get back to school. Little do they know, all the problems have now had time to incubate.
We got some very, very disturbing details about LeBron James' school. I believe that the state of Ohio is actually going to intervene on this.
And upon return, all hell breaks loose.
Experts expect challenging behaviors really to intensify when the kids go back. They're out of routine.
Almost double the number of students, which means double the kids with behavioral issues. And in the case of their 6th grade class, over half.
I mean, I don't know how many evil schools have really been in the Midwest. I don't know. It feels like it's easier to hide this shit in like California ranches. And kind of the problem with California is I think a lot of people don't notice weird people doing things because there's weird people everywhere, and everyone there is kind of self-absorbed with their own shit so much that I just think it's easy to be an evil prowler, honestly. Well, and like, just I don't give a fuck what's happening over there, but I feel like people ask questions over here.
The students have learning disabilities.
The premise of what he wanted to do was a really good idea, and I think bringing in the upper grades ruined. If they would have kept it with 3rd and 4th grade, they would have saw big things.
It's clear the family approach to learning doesn't work as well when you have over 500 kids.
The very first day, I shared a classroom with an intervention specialist, and I walked in, and he was like 7th or 8th grader, and he was just chewing out the teacher, and she's a young thing. And I was like, don't speak to her like that, and you don't talk to me. Walks out, slams the door. I mean, my first 30 seconds in the classroom. Wow. And that kind of sums up how the kids act.
The trend in violence and destruction in students peaked after the pandemic when students came back to a different set of rules.
I had an altercation with a very large 6th grade student who was trying to fight another student. I was trying to break it up, and then he, I don't even want to repeat what he said to me, and there was at the front door was an Akron cop. And I looked at him and I was like, are you gonna do anything? And he just slowly unfolds himself. He goes, they don't listen to me either. That's the response.
In 2021, everything changes when the principal accidentally switches familial roles in the presence of a young student.
Also happening tonight, the principal of the LeBron James Family Foundation's I Promise School submitted her resignation.
According to the report, the 11-year-old boy told the principal, quote, someone in the urinal. That's when she hit him. But behind every funny story lies a darker truth. Principal Davis immediately calls the boy's mother and the district's education director. She says she only hit the boy after entering a state she refers to as, quote, auntie mode. Discipline.
Oh, well, no charges here. That's mental health.
The boy as if she would her own nephew. The whereabouts of her nephew remain unknown, but something else is now painfully clear. This family role-playing thing has gone a bit too far. Over the next year, they go through 3 more principals before landing on one that sticks. Teachers are coming and going at an alarming rate, and parents are now having to worry about their children's lives.
Teacher at I Promise School discovered this death note on the floor of their classroom.
It contained 30 student names from I Promise and 20.
Oh, but their faces are blurred out, so it won't happen. We're good. Unless they got the Shinigami eyes.
22 teacher names. Emergency action should be taken.
The principal of I Promise sent an email to parents saying they carefully investigated the note.
Man, the East don't even care what a phenomenon they've started over here.
And determined a student, quote, recreated a journal from a popular anime series as a playful gesture among friends. Samantha Bird, an 8th grade parent, is not satisfied with that response.
What kid was on the list? You know, like that, I feel like a parent should know if their child was on a death note.
Thank the Lord that nothing came of it. But the response to this serious situation is just not acceptable.
But in 2023, it's clear their lives aren't the biggest things at stake. The district releases a report that while the experiment has done well in some areas, it's not doing well in the ones that they really care about.
Not one child passed the state test in math, not one. For 3 years.
It is discouraging.
In the report, it says that not one 8th grader at LeBron's school has passed the state math exam in the last 3 years.
Usually, no matter how bad the school is, you have one kid who's a genius.
Who's just a smart, right, exactly.
I'm also surprised that he's not just, I don't know, paying enough money to make this not be a news story.
Claiming LeBron James's experiment has failed.
These students are still failing. That is a problem, guys.
However, the people at I Promise claim it's...
I bet you the reason people know about this is because the LeBron haters, his A-loggers, you know, actual celebrities. There's always people fucking examining every little goddamn thing they put their name on so they could, like, imagine Ethan Klein, Teddy Fresh, his ops, but on a very, very larger fucking scale. So, like, no shit, because LeBron James, that's no fucking, like, C-celebrity. We all know him.
It's not as bad as it looks.
She says the pandemic affected the children when it came to learning. They required in-person teaching.
All arguments aside, is the decline of student performance just a thing at LeBron James' school? Or is it just part of a bigger problem?
Bad behavior, an issue many teachers shared.
He has destroyed the classrooms multiple times each day, and he's able to come back to our classrooms where we've had to evacuate our students.
Hitting, biting, and twisting fingers of both staff and students are being overlooked.
Desks get flipped, chairs and objects are thrown, staff and students get punched and kicked.
I guess we'll have to wait till they grow up and learn how to tell us. Hopefully not.
Okay, game devers. We have to make a game for this audience that will destroy the classroom if we don't keep them entertained. This is what's at stake. That's why. Now, we were already talking about boats on the sea, so let's do the one that I labeled Pirate Times. Pirates get the kids interested, right? We'll call it Portal 4.
French Louisiana was supposed to be a paradise. At least that's what people in Paris were told. Newspapers painted a picture of lush forests, tropical heat, rich soils, and rivers just waiting to make France.
So back to America, went from Ohio to gross-ass Louisiana, but this is French history, technically.
France wealthy, and they didn't hesitate to use big biblical language either. They called it a new Eden, a fresh start in a land overflowing with promise. But, well, you can probably guess where this is going. Because when the first settlers actually arrived, what they found was not Eden, not even close. New Orleans was basically a muddy clearing surrounded by swamps. A few wooden huts, mosquitoes thick enough to turn the air into soup. And if the insects didn't get you, the floods, hunger, or disease probably would. The population in 1718 was so tiny, you could count it in hundreds, not thousands. That's not a colony. That's a desperate experiment. France needed people, quickly. They needed farms, labor, trade, anything to justify the cost of holding on to this stretch of land wedged between Spanish territories and the English colonies. And so, the Crown began promoting Louisiana with the same optimism you see in modern get-rich-quick schemes. Free land, huge profits, a new life. Just sign your name, pack your things, and trust us, it'll be fine. But almost no one volunteered because everyone had heard the rumors, and those rumors were true. This is where John Law enters the story, and trust me, he's one of the most unlikely figures in French history. A Scottish gambler, a convicted killer, a man who fled Britain after a duel ended badly, and somehow convinced the French government that he was a financial genius, which in a strange way, he actually was.
I think this guy showed up in Extra History. I think this is the one that keeps taking other people's money and gambling with it. And he did get exiled or ran out or something when he was supposed to be executed.
In 1717, he created the Company of the West, basically Europe's first major stock market. And his plan sounded brilliant. Sell shares in Louisiana, use the profits to pay France's national debt, and let investors get rich as the colony began producing tobacco, sugar, and anything else it could squeeze from the land. It worked beautifully. On paper, rich families bought shares, servants bought shares.
So wait, this didn't work in England. Did they bring it over to fucking France?
Soldiers bought shares. People sold their furniture just to buy more shares. Suddenly, Louisiana, this place nobody wanted to go to, became the hottest property in the world. But there was one enormous problem. You can't build a profitable colony out of thin air. You need settlers, you need farms, you need exports. And Louisiana had none of that. So the French government made a decision that would shape thousands of lives.
I personally think you just shouldn't colonize places with gators and crocodiles, but that's just me.
Especially the lives of women who never asked to be part of this plan. At first, officials kept begging people to volunteer. Come to America, build a new life. But when that failed, they shifted to a harsher strategy: forced deportation. By late 1718, police patrols called bandoliers began sweeping through Paris.
Whoa. This is the correct deportation. This is a deportation I've been advocating for. Get the actual citizens out. They're the annoying motherfuckers. Just kick out the annoying ones. Throw them over the fence. Take a registry. It's not hard. We don't have to violate anyone's privacy. Just look at the fucking YouTube. Luckily, Anissa and Ian Jomha deported themselves, thank God.
Anyone without proof of employment could be arrested. The homeless, petty criminals, beggars, even orphans, all marched to the docks and loaded onto ships. In January 1719, a royal decree officially legalized this. Overnight, Louisiana became a penal colony, a dumping ground for France's poor and unwanted. And within that wave of deportations came a group who endured something even stranger and in many ways even more tragic: women. Louisiana had almost no women at all. Most of the population was...
Woo! Women's suffrage! Yay! By that I mean suffering. That's not yay to imply, nor is it Kanye West. It's drama to record for our game, Louisiana Prostitute Simulator.
Male, soldiers, convicts, laborers, and the French authorities believed they needed wives, families, and morality if the colony was going to survive. Which sounds noble, right? Except their solution was to round up women they considered suitable.
But in our story, LeBron James is doing this.
for export. That meant prostitutes, petty offenders, women who'd ever been under police supervision, or simply women with no family to protect them. John Law himself visited the Salpêtrière, a vast institution in Paris that housed poor women, orphans, and those considered socially undesirable. He chose a group described as of good character, though that phrase meant little. Many had no say in the matter. They were simply told they were to be married and shipped across the Atlantic. And here is where the story takes a surreal turn. These women were paired with male convicts, future husbands they had never met. A mass wedding ceremony was staged with 184 couples married in one enormous event. Imagine that.
It's that show, Blind Love at First Sight, or whatever. They don't even get it. They could have at least done a matchmaking questionnaire.
Married by decree. No courtship, no choice, no chance to object. And after the ceremony, they were chained together and marched through Paris. People filled the streets, watching the procession as though it were
literally the old ball and chain. It was real.
Some kind of parade. Some accounts say the women wore yellow ribbons. Some say they sang. Others cried out to lovers or priests as they passed by. And the whole thing became a joke in Paris. A cruel song spread through the streets. There are no prostitutes left in Paris. They've all gone to Mississippi. Their ship was named La Moutine.
Wow, guys, Louisiana's a fucking whore state for whores. I over here, Midwest, clutching my pearls. Fake evangelical Indiana would never approve.
The Mutinous One, a fitting title for a voyage filled with hunger, sickness, and deaths along the way. Some women tried to escape, most failed, and those who survived the crossing arrived in a colony barely hanging on. Life in Louisiana was brutal. The air was thick with heat and insects. Settlements were tiny outposts surrounded by wilderness. Men outnumbered women 10 to 1, which created enormous tension. In some places, when two men wanted to marry the same woman, officers settled the argument by throwing dice. That's how desperate things were. Many marriages collapsed within weeks. Others were violent, and many women with no protection, no money, and no community turned to prostitution simply to survive. The French attempt at creating moral order had fallen apart almost immediately. It had been a fantasy. But while Louisiana crumbled, France itself was entering its own chaos. Law's financial system kept ballooning. Share prices soared beyond reason. People quit their jobs to trade stock. One nobleman actually ran through the streets shouting that he'd become a millionaire overnight. And then, as these things do, everything collapsed. In May of 1720, the French regent suddenly halved the value of Mississippi Company stock. Panic struck like lightning. Investors stormed the offices. People trampled one another trying to sell. Fortunes evaporated in days. And John Law, once the most powerful man in France, fled the country disguised as a woman. A final irony in a story filled with them. With the company bankrupt, deportations.
Wait, but I heard that story about my German relatives. How many people were cross-dressing to get on the boat to... Hope I'm not related to that person.
Stopped instantly. No more police raids, no more forced marriages, no more ships full of unwilling settlers. France quietly abandoned the entire scheme, hoping people would forget what had happened. But memory has a way of surviving, even when governments wish it wouldn't. A decade later in 1731, a novel called Manolesco turned the story of deported women into a tragic romance, a love story set in New Orleans. It was banned for being immoral, but people devoured it anyway. And while the book romanticized the experience,
taboo erotica in France? No.
the real women who lived through it left far quieter, harsher testimonies. Some of these women, amazingly, refused to be defined by the cruelty done to them.
But you know what's weird here is, if we recall from other history, we learned the natives were cool with the French. They kind of got along. They kind of like shared land better. I'm sure they did their share of genocides or whatever, but they seemed to get along. It was when the British came in that tensions got pretty bad, it seems. So like, but the French be acting in very heathen behavior, let's say. So what was everybody up to in the South?
Baron became one of the earliest landowners in New Orleans. Françoise Renault opened a little trading post on the riverbanks. Marguerite Simonette worked as a midwife, helping deliver children into a world she herself had been forced into. All three had been judged expendable back in France, yet they became true founders of the colony, not by choice, but through endurance. And that's the strangest part of this whole story. The colony France advertised as a paradise, the colony they populated through kidnapping, forced marriage, and reckless financial gambling, only survived because the very people they tried to throw away refused to break. These weren't adventurers chasing opportunity. They were the unwanted, the forgotten, the condemned. And they built something anyway, not a paradise, just a fragile foothold at the edge of a swamp, but real, human, lasting. The New Eden was a lie, but the resilience born inside it was very real. And that's how the foundations of New Orleans were laid. Not by kings, generals, or businessmen, but by the desperate, the exiled, and the women who refused to disappear.
Okay, so this is what I mean by people just bitch and don't appreciate nothing. Maybe Tonto can be religious counsel on this, but does the Bible say anything about, like, is it cool with arranged marriages? It doesn't say anything about needing to be in love or none of that shit. Like, it's kind of humans doing human things. I don't know. And humanity isn't really allowed in that book. But, so, bitches be on TikTok being like, oh my god, we live in a misogynist 1920s Germany because, someone called someone an ugly bitch on Twitter today. But it's like, meanwhile, bitch, if you lived in fucking the 1700s, they would be like, Taylor Lorenz, you don't do shit all fucking day. Well, no, Taylor Lorenz is way too fucking old. Fucking TikTok girl, you you do nothing for society and you don't have a rich relative. Out of here. You're gonna go beat people with a Club Murphy over here. And that's what your job is because you're breeding cattle for the new colony. That is it. Women are property. Like, point blank. But, someone said something someone didn't like this photo and called me fat. Misogyny. But then you have the thing with the Bible where it doesn't disapprove of slavery, but I don't think it said for masters to be breeding their slaves together like it's a Pokemon fucking daycare up in here and, having that much power over someone's life. But they'll kind of justify anything, but I like how there was a mass marriage because, Gotta make sure Jesus approves of this first. Everything's okay when the monarch says it. Well, I mean, it's okay, Louisiana, 1700s. That is a interesting time period, because we're not doing Australia, because Australia sucks. Yeah, just straight up. We can make it a Pokemon game. Off to it, I'm kidding. But, like I said, there's a lot that can be done there. Because I said I find the colony times just fascinating. Because you really are just getting on a boat. You don't know what the fuck's gonna be there. People can lie. Like I said, Jim Jones. Jim Jones would just go to the grocery store, buy fruit, take it to his followers and say, guys, on the island, or not the island, whatever, I'm still gonna call it an island. You can just pick this stuff off the trees. We don't have to worry that much about food. I would be so worried someone would do that to me. Like, I wouldn't even trust the king because, I'm sorry, king, even though God said you can rule, you didn't go over there yourself. How the fuck you know what's over there? I don't want to do it. But London must have been a piece of shit because everyone wanted to leave there. Well, I got this list, you see. Alright, that was... I put that under pirate times. I don't know why. Maybe because I was thinking about that part in, the Pirates of the Caribbean ride where they're selling the women. But this is related. History with antiques. Dude, Sweeney Todd is lit.
It's my mother's porn.
I got a few Antique Roadshow clips since it's history that I snuck in here. Louise, like I said, I just keep thinking about, like, will pirates always be around? I need to stop. It's my own weak American mind where I just keep thinking of the Caribbean pirates. There's many pirates.
Pornographic book collection from the late 1800s and very early 1900s.
How did your mother come to be a collector of pornography, as you say?
Accidentally. She went back to France, Cannes, in France, in 1960 and moved into a 125-year-old apartment building. Didn't need the basement locker, which she gave to her neighbor.
Sometimes you learn interesting things about history through things like Antiques Roadshow, you see, because the objects that people spent their hard-earned labor wages back on in the day says a lot about the type of person and the culture, you see. This woman collected a whole bunch of porn.
Who brought up these books and said, it's your locker, they were there, and you're the only one in the building who speaks English. So they became hers. And a while later, I was telephoning her from Seattle, and she said, you know, I have these pornographic books. Should I throw them away? And I said, heavens no. I went back and picked them up myself.
Well, these, as you pointed out, mostly have imprints of Paris, but they were probably printed in London. They're late 19th, early 20th century, but this is the real gem of the collection.
Although it's undated, it has a bookseller's.
So I'm glad that that antique appraiser has a fucking license in 1800s erotica.
Mark, which says 1866. It has a Cruikshank drawing in it. It's a very unusual one because I bought a book of Cruikshank etchings and wrote to the professor who had written it, and he had never heard of this one.
I would actually call this more sensationalism than pornography, but just to give people a flavor of what the book is, it's a lengthy title, but I think it's worth reading.
Yes.
The Surprising Adventures of a Female Husband, containing the whimsical amours, curious
Ian Joe Ma's husband, Anissa Joe Ma. This is what she read.
Incidents and diabolical tricks of Miss M. Hamilton, alias Mr. G. Hamilton, alias Minister Bentley, alias Dr. O'Keefe, alias Mrs. Knight, the midwife, etc., who married 3 wives and lived with each some time undiscovered, for which act she was tried in the summer session in the county of Somerset in the year 1752, found guilty and whipped several times, which is what we see in the frontispiece. It was actually printed in 1813, and you can look down here, and why someone would have erased it, I don't know, but that's where the date appeared. Do you have any idea who wrote the book?
Really, I don't.
It's actually a famous author, Henry Fielding.
Oh, really?
Who is...
What if we find out that that's just something that happened? That was just something that fucking happened.
Better known for Joseph Andrews and Tom Jones. Now, you said you looked in a Cruikshank bibliography and then spoke with an expert and couldn't find any record of this. I did some checking as well and couldn't find any record of it. And I suspect that this is probably not a Cruikshank etching, even though it has his name there. He was so famous during that period that other artists would copy his style and sign his name to give a little bit of legitimacy to the publication. But I'm not sure that Cruikshank...
Man, they're fucking stealing watermarks for the aesthetic. Even back then, shaking my head.
Well, he was a little bit of a wild liver himself, would necessarily want to be associated with something quite like this. The condition is a little water-stained, but despite that, it's such a fun item. I certainly think at auction it would sell for between $1,500 and $2,000.
All right.
There's still an insatiable appetite for this sort of thing.
Thank you, Antique Roadshow. Which country next? I'm down for some Europe. I'm down for some extra history.
April 1137, Paris. King Louis the Fat is having.
And by European history, I guess I mean Paris, France. I should do a world capital test. I will fucking fail the hell out of that.
Having a very up and down sort of day. First of all, he's mortally ill, which of course isn't great, but then a party arrives bringing awful news. William X, Duke of Aquitaine, has died of an unexpected illness. They have his will, stating that his lands will go to his young daughter, and that she is to be under King Louis's care until he can find her a husband. Louis conveys his grief to the messengers, until they leave, when he bubbles over with joy. Because William's Duchy of Aquitaine is the largest, richest province in all of France. And whoever marries this girl, what's her name? Eleanor, or whatever. Yeah, they're gonna get the whole shebang. And it just so happens that Louis has the perfect husband for this land deed and address. Within hours, he's made arrangements to marry Eleanor to his own heir Louis VII, winning a wife for his son and Aquitaine for the crown, though the son would manage to lose them both.
I almost forgot that there were 50 states when taking a 50-state quiz. That's why I need them to say the country. Then I'll be like, oh yeah, that one exists. The Cranberries wrote a song about that one. And don't you dare make me play GeoGuessr. I think every country is South America. It'll be fucking Russia or some shit. And I'm like, nope, that is Brazil, surely.
On July 25th, 1137, not even 4 months after losing her father, the teenaged Eleanor stood next to Louis VII at Bordeaux Cathedral, exchanging wedding vows with the heir to the French throne. Who was this new husband? She must have wondered. Well, in short, he was a 17-year-old boy who was smitten with her, but also deeply mismatched personality-wise. Louis grew up thinking his older brother Philip would become king, but that changed after Philip tragically, hilariously, brutally died when a horse tripped over a pig. Now, I know what you're thinking. How?
Yeah, Matt, what the fuck? After I said such good things about you.
Absolutely awful, Matt. You, don't happen to have a picture of this melancholy event, do you? Oh, yeah, we do. Anyway, before the porcine assassin leapt from a dung heap and murked Philip, yeah, it also came out of a dung heap, Louis was bound for the church and educated in a monastery, making him a very, very religious young man who did not have much experience with women outside of his family.
No, Tonto, not at all. I don't know what I said that would make you think that.
But who was Eleanor by contrast?
I don't know
well,
where
it's hard to
Israel
know,
is.
because we know little about her early life, not even when she was born. We think she was married at age 13, but she could have been a year younger or older. We do know that she received a good education, that she spoke Latin, and that she was very much a person shaped by her home and family. Aquitaine was in the south of France, a rich and beautiful place with its own dialect, where relationships tended to be warmer and more affectionate than in the north. She also came from a family known for its passions. For instance, her grandfather William IX was a poet who was famous for having painted his mistress's face on his shield and moving her into his castle. So essentially, they were a bit of an odd couple and not the
Fucking Bowser and Peach, indeed.
kind that works.
Shit
But they'd
happen in
have
real
to
life
make it
all the
work,
time.
because less than a week after their wedding, Louis VI died, making this mismatched teenage couple the king and queen of France, and Eleanor arguably the most powerful woman in Europe. As queen consort, Eleanor moved to Paris and quickly found it inhospitable.
Y'all had a daughter, would you feel good about putting her in an arranged marriage to get some territory? He's like, the males, you keep them around and they work the farm. Children were free labor back then, right? The females, though, they gotta leave the nest and go away. And you have to, it's like weird. I can't even see it with a modern day sensibility.
Though Louis refurbished his
40 acres.
palaces to please his southern bride, the intelligent and vivacious Eleanor, who had a fondness for fashion and often spoke her mind, clashed with both her mother-in-law and the abbots who clustered around Louis as his advisors. Also, she was in a precarious spot, because Eleanor had one job, to have a son, and she wasn't having any kids at all. Yeah, there were issues. Eleanor appears to have had at least one miscarriage, and she was still quite young when they were married. Also, Louis himself might not have had his head in the game. See, the medieval church had a lot of rules about when couples shouldn't be baby-making. For example, saints' days and religious festivals were out.
I bet you all those rules got taken away the second they, like I said, isn't fuck like fornication under the king, under command of the king or something? The second, we need to raise more people for a future war.
As well as times in a woman's menstrual cycle, which narrowed the window considerably. Now, most practical royal couples ignored this, but the hyper-religious Louis may have not. Though in fairness, there were quickly other things preoccupying his mind. You know, like fighting with the Pope. That began in 1141, when the Pope appointed an archbishop in one of Louis' cities that they...
Well, don't let anyone ever call you misogynistic, Tonto.
The king had previously vetoed. The result
They're
was a
worth at least
standoff where Louis
120K.
denied the archbishop entry, and in retaliation, the Pope banned Louis from certain church rites. Then, shortly thereafter, Eleanor started urging Louis to allow her younger sister to marry one of France's most important nobles. The catch being that this prospective groom was already married, and Eleanor's sister already promised to the Duke of Champagne, the Duke who was sheltering that archbishop. Louis saw this request as a win-win-win. Help a friend, please his wife, and mess over a rival. Except it led to the Pope excommunicating the new couple, and Louis going to war with Champagne. And when Louis...
So, like, it seems like the Pope is just, like, a check and some kind of weird checks and balance with, like, the papacy, Rome over here, and England and France. It almost seems like a mediator, but then sometimes meddles and sometimes take it aside. Here, I guess, we're not excommunicating England this era. Get out of here, France. You're fired.
Ravaged one of the Duke's cities, he accidentally burned down a church where 1,200 innocents were sheltering, which led to a papal condemnation. Eleanor decided to intervene, taking one of Louis's abbot advisors to task for not pleading the king's case with the new pope. And when he blew up at her in return, she apologized, saying that she was so irritable because she didn't have children. Which was probably true enough, but also could have been a sneaky way to go nuclear, make her point, and then walk away with the abbot's sympathy. The abbot...
Is the 500-year excommunication, is that just all over King Henry VIII? Is it really King Henry VIII's fucking need to get laid that set everything in motion? BTW, I'm judging all my history based on the show that was on Showtime. I think Cromwell was actually a hero to the people, and history was mean to him. He had some good ideas, that Cromwell. Take all the stuff from the rich and put it in your own pocket, because the king could take your head off and make up some lies any day. He actually did a lot of alchemy, though. Well, not alchemy, but, like, he fucking was inventing his own medicines and shit. Like I said, there's something about that family. Every single one of them had a crazy talent. Fucking Queen Mary knew how to set people on fire. Queen Elizabeth knew how to rise up a fucking navy. Well, Mary actually, like, invented a whole new coin system. Like, they all had a special talent. Crazy.
It eventually did intervene, and by the next year, the papal relationship had been repaired, and she had a daughter. But Louis's conscience had never recovered from the church burning, and when the Crusader kingdom of Edessa fell, and the Pope called for a second crusade to win it back, the king volunteered to wash away his sins. It was the first time a king had gone on crusade, and Eleanor decided she'd come too at the head of her duchy's troops. It was on crusade when things really started to fall apart. Louis argued with the Holy Roman Emperor about which route to take, and the Byzantine Emperor, while complimentary of Eleanor, was unfriendly. Louis also insisted on acting like a pilgrim on the journey, meaning not being near women. A+ move for a troubled marriage. Then disaster struck. Eleanor's contingent was leading the column, and when they were supposed to stop at the top of a mountain and camp, they decided to carry on to a better spot. Louis with the rear guard, and supposedly weighed down by Eleanor's baggage, lagged behind, and the line stretched. When Turkish...
You know, they say the victors write the history, so clearly a man wrote this shit.
Archers started firing from the rocky slopes. It was essentially a massacre, blamed on Eleanor's contingent. So the couple was already...
Wait, no, men aren't the fucking victors. I'm just saying someone who is pro this guy. That's the wrong choice. She's just trying to make it in this world. She's a strong girl boss. She don't need no man.
On bad
But
terms
she
when they
did.
entered Antioch, a city ruled by Eleanor's dashing uncle, Raymond the Handsome. There, the uncle and niece renewed their friendship with the familial warmth common in Aquitaine, speaking in their own dialect that Louis couldn't understand. Louis got jealous, and rumors spread that Eleanor was having an incestuous affair with Raymond. And this wedge quickly went from personal to political. When Raymond wanted Louis to attack Aleppo, and Eleanor
Ha! Jane Austen. Take that.
joined his lobbying effort. In a public break with his wife, Louis opted to go on a pilgrimage to Jerusalem instead, dragging her along as almost a prisoner. It was then she first mentioned the idea of an annulment on the grounds of consanguinity, that they were too closely related. The crusade itself was an expensive disaster, with Crusader forces broken and the couple.
I mean, like, it's her land, right? She's the one inheriting it. This marriage is kind of all that... I'm pretty sure I'm right about this, right? This marriage is all that fucking has their claim on it.
Barely speaking, they got on separate ships to head home. Attacked by pirates and separated in a storm, Eleanor briefly thought Louis was dead, but he wasn't. On a subsequent visit to the Pope, she again suggested annulment, but instead, the Pope offered marriage counseling, which, just to be clear, consisted of showing them a great bed he'd made himself, hung with
Okay. Adding that to the list of quirky character traits for people we'll meet along the way in our great journey.
nice tapestries all around. Ooh, look how bouncy. Why don't you two just spend the night in it? They did, and had another daughter, which was a relief for Eleanor, because at this point, she was looking for a way out, and her strongest argument was that in 15 years of marriage, she'd only had girls. If she'd had a boy, she'd be trapped. And because their marriage agreement said that Aquitaine was hers until the two had a male heir, now she could
Someone that's going to offer you marriage counseling but shows you the furniture they have that they got instead.
walk away with her duchy. Needing a son, worrying for his dynasty, and now barred from Eleanor's bed, even the Pope's sexy time bed, Louis consented, and Eleanor got her divorce, though she had to agree to never see her daughters again, as they were Louis's property. Now 28, the former Queen of France was beautiful, young.
See, and she can just ditch her kids, whatever, their property. Like, it's literally custody. Like, that is his property as head of the family when they were born. That's his livestock to sell off.
Still had her enormous duchy, and was once again single, even if only for a little bit. Within 8 weeks, she'd be married again to Henry II, a brash, passionate young man, 10 years her junior, who was also the future king of England.
Well, no, she was, her brother died in an accident or some shit. No, never mind. But she was heiress to this, to her father's land, but then she was too young, so it was like, yo, dude from France, watch out for her. And he was like, oh, fuck, well, if I arrange a marriage, then I get all that part. I think that's what happened. But now we're on Team England over here. I'm just caught up on, like I said, just the concept of arranged marriages. But, and like, women also couldn't just go on TikTok all day and complain about it either. They just sort of did it and went about life. Insane. Oh, with the Pope's marriage counseling? I know where it went, but I'm stealing the idea I just talked about, you see, and adding my own twist on it, is they just want to show off their furniture and their belongings. It's really, we're doing marriage counseling, but that's the only time the Pope can, like, talk about his great decorating that he's gotten. Because usually he's too busy doing church stuff, you know? He's never really gotten the time to talk to someone about what the great upgrades, the cool golden candle sets.
52. Outside Paris. Newly divorced from her ex-husband Louis VII, King of France, Eleanor is going back home to Aquitaine. Though she has to be cautious, because as it turns out, as Duchess of her homeland, she's a prime target for a very specific type of kidnapping. It is not unknown for nobles to kidnap heiresses and forcibly marry them to gain their land, knowing that
Straight up Powser and Peach shit, but I thought you can't, like, it doesn't count in the eyes of God if it's, like, marriage under duress. Or maybe that's just the actual legal system. But then I thought there was, like, a branch of Catholicism that does, like, this reading of the band stuff, where you're not actually married until, like, 12 different announcements or something's been made. I don't know. Could learn the history of marriage ceremonies.
that the church almost never grants a divorce once a marriage is joined. In fact, this was such a concern that the last time she was single, Louis's father had sent 500 armed men to escort her to her wedding. And now she's heard that there are 2 nobles already lying in wait to ambush her on the road.
This woman is living the wet dream of every woman who's written and read fan fiction. Just saying.
But Eleanor will slip the net, arrive safely home, and dispatch a messenger to a man she's only met once. That man is Henry, Duke of Normandy, and the letter asks him to come marry her immediately. Last episode, we discussed how King Louis VII and Eleanor, Duchess of Aquitaine, successfully annulled their marriage on the grounds of consanguinity. But it does bear asking, why? Like, why would Louis let Eleanor go? I mean, she owned much more territory than his piddly holdings around Paris. Well,
see, it seems like the territory goes with her. Yeah.
From Louis's perspective, he needed a son. Unlike in Aquitaine, women in northern France could not.
Well, I think you should just start your own church and get excommunicated over it.
Inherit. And Eleanor, now around 30 and only having produced 2 daughters in 15 years of marriage, didn't seem to be able to bear more children. So he let Eleanor go, and his court set up.
Okay, but I find something kind of wholesome, though, with Henry VIII's family. The fact that, because this makes no sense. Mary was, like, staunch on the Catholic stuff. That's why she's like, we're bringing this shit back to Catholicism. Oh, we're all about that. Back to what my mother believed in. But sister, fucking Elizabeth over here, is Protestant as hell. And, like, Mary's just cool with that because they're blood relatives. Like, there's just something, like, she could have easily said, I don't like my sister, off with her head. She's Anne Boleyn's daughter anyway. But no, like, it was still like, we are blood, ride or die, no matter what. There is something kind of wholesome about that. Like I said, I don't know why Mary just didn't have her beheaded. Maybe because she didn't have a son and really they're like, actually believe in the bloodline thing. Like actual believers. Well, I mean, she is a real believer, so that would explain it, I guess.
About finding Louis a new wife, while also crafting vicious rumors that pinned the marriage's failures on her. And sure, while Aquitaine remained Eleanor's for now, when she died, it would go to their eldest daughter, Marie. Unless, of course, Eleanor remarried and produced a male heir. But come on, I mean, who would dare displease their overlord by marrying an ex-queen of France, am I right? Oh, hey there, Henry. Didn't see you right away. Also, at the end of the last episode, we did cheat a bit by saying Henry was the heir to the English throne, but that was advancing the timeline a little bit. Because you see, England was going through a civil war at the time, known as the Anarchy, a term which pretty much sums things up. But to put it very, very simply, Henry's grandfather had been the King of England. But when he tried to designate his daughter Matilda, Henry's mother, his heir, a succession crisis broke out, and a noble named Stephen seized the throne. So while Henry did have claim to the throne, he wasn't exactly next in line. Heck, he and Stephen weren't even on good terms. They were fighting a low-intensity war. However, Henry was on good terms with Louis, who Henry had finally declared fealty to in exchange for formal recognition as Duke of Normandy. But as you can imagine, that relationship turned pretty frosty once Henry slipped off to Aquitaine to marry Eleanor in a hasty ceremony less than 8 weeks after the divorce. Yeah, those two worked fast. So fast, in fact, there's been speculation that they set this whole marriage plan up in advance, adding insult to injury.
Ah, so the original Patty Hearst, I say. Some naysayers in the chat say she was really kidnapped and brainwashed. I say she's a spoiled brat who wanted to cause some fucking drama and listen to a Hassan Piker somewhere and fucking set it all up.
Henry and Eleanor were actually more closely related than she and Louis had been, and 4 months later, Eleanor was pregnant. Yep, that's right. 2 girls and a decade and a half of marriage with Louis, but Eleanor gets pregnant almost instantly after marrying Henry. Now that might have been for a couple of reasons. First off, Henry was 19, a decade younger than Eleanor, and, well, let's put it this way. Both of Louis's daughters with Eleanor were born after a bishop and a pope blessed the wedding bed and encouraged them to have kids, but Henry didn't really need any godly encouragement. In fact, their marriage appears to have been a genuine love match and
What if him sticking it in and her getting knocked up was like, okay, all the religions and rules and customs they do, that's the right one. It got decided this day because this guy fucking got laid better.
extremely passionate. Henry was considered handsome, with red gold hair and an athletic frame, and he loved to hunt, to read books, and of course, to beat the living snot out of his enemies on the battlefield. And Henry kept racking up the wins. The same day Eleanor gave birth to their son William, securing Aquitaine for their family, King Stephen's son, the heir apparent to the English throne, died suddenly, supposedly struck down by God while sacking a church, clearing the way for Henry to invade England, battle Stephen, and force the king to sign a treaty confirming Henry as the legitimate heir to the English throne. 11 months later, Stephen died, and Henry and Eleanor were crowned King and Queen of England. And just to hammer home how nuts this timeline is, Eleanor had gone from a royal divorce in France to the throne of England in 2.5 years. And in doing so, they joined Aquitaine, Normandy, and England, founding a continuous territory stretching from the Scottish border in the north to the Spanish border in the south. It's what would become known as the Angevin Empire, covering all of England and half of France. Eleanor had reshaped European politics, founded an empire, and she did it while pregnant most of the time. In fact, she was already pregnant.
See? Real female world player role models. Like I said, Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris, they couldn't do the thing these women did back then for better or worse. Cleopatra survived like 12 assassinations before she even got the crown. Like, you're just born into a battle royale. That's when a presidential candidate will truly impress me, is if all their family members tried to kill them and they survived.
With another son when she was crowned. Those 2 sons would be the first of 8 children born within 14 years, 5 sons and 3 daughters, 7 of which lived to adulthood. In other words, between age 30 and age 44, Eleanor was pretty much either constantly pregnant or in recovery. Meanwhile, she was also serving as regent while Henry was off trying to repair the damage wrought by the Civil War. Now, exactly how much power Eleanor wielded during this time is a matter of debate among historians. Some think she was quite influential as regent of England and was governing Aquitaine directly, while others suggest that Henry's counselors boxed her in and she mostly served as a rubber stamp even in her own territory. But either way, it's interesting that Eleanor was on and off governing the kingdom during one of its most turbulent periods, as Henry crushed rebellions, reformed the English state, campaigned in Ireland, feuded with Louis, and had a tragic standoff with his friend Thomas Becket, Archbishop of Canterbury, whose murder he accidentally ordered when 2 knights overheard him ranting about the man. On all of these consequential issues, Eleanor's voice and opinions are missing.
We're going to rent on a user.
Opinion bashing has never been a fucking joke, nor has user rants. They used to motherfucking kill you all back in the day.
Though we do get brief glimpses of her and Henry's personal life, because not all was well in this union. First of all, some sources claim Eleanor clashed with Henry's power broker mother, Empress Matilda, and second, well, unlike the dull but faithful Louis, Henry was extremely active as a lover, including with other women, which he didn't hide. Again, sources and interpretations disagree. Some historians claim that she reacted with a detached worldliness and point out that she attended court events with Henry's mistresses. Others point to stories of epic screaming matches, which would not be out of character for Henry, who was known for extreme rages, tantrums he may have exaggerated for the purpose of political intimidation. Actually, in one famous episode, he became so furious, he threw himself on the floor and started chewing the carpet. Then, in 1168, for
You know, I'm not gonna say it. Never mind. Never mind, you know what I would have said.
reasons unknown, Eleanor left Henry's court and transferred to Poitiers in Aquitaine, where she ran her duchy and set up an independent court. While some sources claim she was an innovator in the arts of courtly love, particularly her famous courts of love that ruled like a legal court on cases concerning matters of romance, that's likely a myth. However, her court was well known for its patronage of art and poetry, and may have inspired the broad strokes of later tales. We do know, however, that Eleanor was also spending a lot of time in Aquitaine with her favorite son, Richard. Because you see, Henry had a really bad habit. No, not the philandering, or the anger issues, or the semi-accidentally murdering the Archbishop of Canterbury. No, what I'm talking about is how controlling Henry was. He would never give up even the littlest bit of power. While Henry elevated his eldest living son, also named Henry, to a position of co-monarch, the young king had no real power. And this wasn't even a royal apprenticeship, mind you. He just watched as his father did everything. The same was true of Richard, who he made Duke of Aquitaine, and Geoffrey, who got Brittany. His youngest son, John, basically got nothing, and had to live for years under the humiliating nickname John Lackland. But even if they had lands, their...
So I feel like that's what Littlefinger's based off of, isn't it? It's just like, look, you're the fucking... You don't even get anything in the shittiest fucking territory of nothing.
Father still ran those estates as if they were his, and kept them on a tight financial leash.
Man, imagine being rich, but everybody's got a fucking own on you of you don't own any land, though. Ha 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 ha. You don't even have a farm.
Also, to
You ain't
Eleanor's
making
likely
profit
dismay,
share,
he consistently
bro.
meddled in the affairs of Aquitaine. And in 1173, he finally pushed it too far. Hoping to give John something, the elder Henry took 3 castles from young Henry's territory and gave them to his youngest brother. The headstrong young Henry, only 18 years old, finally reached a breaking point. He fled to Paris and raised a rebellion, sheltering in the court of Eleanor's ex Louis. And there, he gathered allies, including brothers Richard, then 16, and Geoffrey, then...
Oh yeah, they did get officially divorced. I'm like, does he walk in and be like, oh yo, my wife's here?
15, supposedly encouraged by their mother. And when Henry called for Eleanor to send him troops, she did not. Her teenage sons were at war with her husband, and Eleanor had chosen sides. A hearty thanks of legend to
Hey, last I left off on House of Dragon, that was kind of exactly what was happening in that one. Okay, let's get to the next part. The Devil's Brood. I guess her children are evil. Some real Macaulay Culkins. I thought he explained the origin of his name, and it was a name he was bullied with.
Spring, 1173, Aquitaine. Henry's sons are in revolt, gone to Paris to ally with Eleanor's ex-husband Louis and his son Philip, and Eleanor is on the road. Her goal is unclear. She hasn't rebelled against her husband, but also hasn't condemned her 3 rebel sons or raised troops for Henry to use. Rumor has it she may be headed for Paris herself, and court gossip even swirls that she instigated this whole standoff as part of a dark plot. So Henry's soldiers capture her on the road and take her back to him. She will now be her husband's captive as well as his queen. Insurance that Aquitaine will not revolt, and a hostage to try to bring her sons to the negotiating table. Eleanor, the most powerful woman in Europe, will be
Is this where Rapunzel comes from?
a prisoner for the next 16 years. Eleanor of Aquitaine, powerful and savvy, has always attracted a lot of stories. And one of the big ones is that she was some sort of dark mastermind, secretly convincing her sons to rebel. However, that's not accurate. Now, don't get us wrong, Eleanor wasn't above using her kids as chess pieces. That was actually kind of her whole thing, but by most accounts, she wasn't even around when young Henry finally snapped and decided to
They've been saying a problem in the women's sphere of things is that, it's not glorified to have kids anymore, so no one does, and that's why the birth rate is like trash. So we'll bring it back with our video game, Brood Simulator, where you play as a woman who needs to have kids, and you make sure to put them in positions of power by being either a stage mom or, just being fucking cutthroat. Maybe you'll raise the next Eminem, You need to raise children to get that fucking house paid for. Well, I'm sure the sponsor block was for Ground News, which you and I both have, so we're good.
Challenge his father. If she had been pulling the strings, Henry probably would have divorced her and kept her in worse conditions. But as had been the case with her divorce from Louis, court figures found Eleanor a convenient scapegoat to blame the rebellion on. You know, rather than Henry deciding.
Exactly, Tonto, but this one's for women, because, like, let's be real. We like games where we play house. That's why The Sims are so popular. The visual novel games that aren't like 1,000% targeted at men. We all just want to decorate a fucking house.
To make his son co-ruler, but then giving him no actual power. For a decade, Eleanor was removed from the political board, unable to see her children, and confined in luxurious solitude at English castles. While she was allowed to appear at Christmas courts, otherwise she watched from the sidelines as her family.
Is it? I assumed it's a Civ-like game. I gotta look into this now. Medieval house, you say?
Tore itself apart. To put it simply, while Eleanor was imprisoned, her sons raised rebellions and fought their father, surrendered, went back to crush the rebellions they'd caused, then fought each other. Though that was kind of par for the course for Henry's family. In fact, Henry's bloodline, the Plantagenets, were so known for their anger issues and infighting that one of their nicknames was the Devil's Brood. According to legend, they were descended from a marriage between a French noble and the literal daughter of Satan. But I digress. So what did Eleanor think about this familial civil war? Well, like so many things with her, the documents don't tell us directly, and we have to read between the lines. And for Rob's part, he thinks this is where Eleanor entered the final phase of her life. The first phase had been about protecting her own power as Lord of Aquitaine. The second was about founding the Angevin Empire with her marriage to Henry and securing its future through producing children. But now, her...
And it's still not enough. All this land for a fucking peasant, just a roof over the head and no one raping their daughters today would be a good fucking day. But for these people, I don't have enough land and my kids haven't killed each other enough yet. Oh no.
Her great work was to keep this red-haired devil's brood from tearing apart what she and Henry had built, a task that would encompass the rest of her life. See, she was essentially living out her own political ambitions through her sons and building Angevin power through her daughters' marriages. This third and final phase began in 1183, when Eleanor had a dream where she saw her son Henry wearing two crowns, one atop the other, the crown of eternal life above that of his earthly power. Soon, she got the news that he had died of dysentery while campaigning against Richard.
But we're not on the Oregon Trail. Dysentery comes for them all. Comes for them all.
This dream haunted Eleanor, especially since one of Henry's deathbed acts was to beg the king to release her. Richard was now the heir presumptive, and that was a problem, because King Henry thought Richard would be too powerful if he was both heir to England and Duke of Aquitaine. So as a condition of becoming heir, he ordered Richard to give up Aquitaine to his no longer landless brother, John. See, while most of the family considered John irresponsible and duplicitous, he had never joined his brothers in rebellion and therefore had become Henry's favorite. Oh, yeah, Richard refused. As a compromise, Henry wheeled Eleanor out of captivity so Richard could formally hand Aquitaine back to her, letting Eleanor re-enter politics in a limited capacity. Oh, and John, as you can imagine, just loved being passed up again. Eleanor was still a captive and kept within Henry's sight. However, her movement became less restricted. But that missing decade had also changed her family. Her children were now adults, and apart from helping negotiate the marriage of two of her daughters to the King of Sicily and the King of Castile, she really had no part in their lives. A thing that only became more tragic, since 3 years after losing Henry, Geoffrey also died in a freak jousting accident, and in June 1189, her eldest daughter Matilda, Duchess of Saxony, also passed away. In her life, Eleanor had been so lucky as a mother. Only one of her 10 children, 8 with Henry, had died before adulthood. Plus, she herself had survived again and again the lethality of medieval pregnancy and childbirth. But now...
Yeah, like I said, I couldn't imagine it. This is kind of what freaked me out about House of Dragon. Truly being female Game of Thrones, constant. I did not like none of the pregnancy scenes. It's like, oh fuck, it feels like a 50-50 chance back then. No, fuck that. Sex ain't worth it. Keeping the species alive ain't worth a 50-50 chance to bring a life into the world. You don't know who that life's gonna be. What if it was a serial killer? You died for nothing.
How that lucky streak seemingly ended, and the next death changed everything. Days after Matilda's death, Richard, again in revolt, this time alongside Louis's son King Philip II of France, defeated Henry in battle. And having been sick for many years spent campaigning, Henry then confirmed Richard as his heir and withdrew to his capital at Chinon. And there, the man who had been Eleanor's husband...
Yes, in these times, they just couldn't afford dragons yet. Duh, this is the fucking poor people.
Lover and jailer finally died. Richard's first act as king was to send word across the channel that his mother was to be freed and treated as acting on his behalf in all things. Eleanor emerged from her imprisonment more powerful than she'd ever been. While not officially regent, it was understood that she acted for Richard and that her word was his. As her first act, this Dowager Queen, formerly imprisoned by her husband, toured England to release Henry's other political prisoners, a personal gesture to win back loyalty for Richard and separate him from his father. Her next task was to make Henry's final arrangements, and in what has been read as a symbolic gesture, she had his body sent to an abbey in Aquitaine on her lands. There, in a building run by women, she put him in a tomb slightly lower than the one she later built for herself. She literally buried him. And when Richard returned to England in September of 1189, it was Eleanor who arranged his coronation. But as soon as he was crowned, he started preparing to leave. See, 2 years earlier, Richard heard that Saladin had taken Jerusalem and swore to join the Third Crusade. Now, Eleanor was dubious about
Yeah, because those crusades have worked out so well for everybody. Why isn't there an HBO series about these people?
this idea, having been on crusade herself and knowing how dangerous it could be. Richard should be securing his throne by fixing the damages the war had wrought, as well as marrying and producing heirs. But Richard didn't really care about England, apart from taxing it to fund wars. So instead, he liquidated the treasury, raised a special tax to fund his crusade, then just left. For years. Now, you can hear more about Richard's adventures in our Saladin series, but from Eleanor's perspective, he basically left her to sort out the mess, including his marriage. For 20 years, Richard had been betrothed to King Philip's half-sister Alice, the daughter of Eleanor's ex-husband Louis by his second wife. But Richard and Philip's alliance was rickety, and for years, Richard's father had made Alice his mistress, so she wasn't suitable, which made it basically a deal-breaker. Eleanor instead proposed Berengaria of Navarre, whose Spanish province protected Aquitaine's southern border, and where the culture was similar to Aquitaine. But Richard was already headed out to the Holy Land, meaning Berengaria had to be delivered to him en route for the marriage to take place. So, Eleanor had to cross the Pyrenees into Spain, pick Berengaria up, travel back across the mountains, overland through Europe, cross the Alps, and board a ship to meet Richard in Sicily. Keep in mind, she was almost 70. Whew, that finally done. She returned to England and found the place in chaos. Richard's Council of Regents had fell to infighting, and who was there to take advantage? John, the untrustworthy baby of the family. He'd taken London and set up a rival court there, claiming that he'd saved England.
Oh, thank God, John Lackluster took over London. That's when it should have been evacuated and done with, that England.
From corrupt and incompetent regents, and that he was the natural successor, considering Richard was unmarried, had no children, and let's be honest, was probably dead by now. But when word of Richard's marriage filtered back via Eleanor and returning knights, John's brief appearance of legitimacy faded. And incredibly, the family just sort of smoothed it over. I mean, you know John, right? I'm sure he won't cause any more trouble. Except he would, because in 1192, word reached England that Richard the Lionheart, hero of the Crusade, had secured the coastal Crusader states from Saladin and was headed back home, but then vanished. The King of England just disappeared from the map. John, claiming his brother was dead and that he was the rightful king, took a ship for France and entered an alliance with King Philip, leaving Eleanor to find and rescue one son while protecting his crown from the other. A hearty thanks of legend to Ahmed Ziad Turk, Alicia Bramble, Angelo Valenciana, Arc.
Whoa, I didn't know there were 4 parts. It's not easy to find sometimes on these playlists. Part 4, let's just go. I'm invested. Like I said, if there was an HBO show, maybe, because the next part of this is I'm going to do some script writing too on stream. I actually think that'll be very interesting because we just see a lot of characters, whether it be user stuff, e-celebs, body cam shit. Like, these are stories that could be presented in a different way, different universe, all these fun ideas. And there's no reason that we shouldn't be submitting our scripts to a Hollywood that's going to be really sucky in a few years due to AI and slop and a dumber fucking user base. We gotta fix it.
It's 1193, and Richard the Lionheart, King of England, is missing. Eleanor of Aquitaine, Dowager Queen of England, and the only person holding the web of Angevin alliances together, is frantic. She received word her son's ship wrecked in Italy, and that he'd attempted to travel overland to his brother-in-law's territory in Saxony, but never arrived. Meanwhile, her son John is already on the continent, pursuing an alliance with Philip of France, who's only too happy to encourage more Plantagenet infighting. Then the letter arrives. It's from Holy Roman Emperor Henry VI, informing the court that King Richard is his prisoner. And he will absolutely release the monarch, provided he receives the sum of 150,000 marks. That's more than double the annual revenue of the English crown. Eleanor, now 71 years old, gets her quill and parchment and starts fundraising.
All these European countries want a handout, am I right?
The seeds of Richard's capture were sown during the Third Crusade, when at the Siege of Acre, he'd clashed with Leopold of Austria, badly enough that his troops pulled Leopold's battle standard down and threw it from the wall. Infuriated by this, and suspecting that Richard had his relative killed during the crusade, Leopold knew exactly what to do when he heard from informants that Richard was passing through his lands disguised as a returning pilgrim. Just before Christmas of 1192, he arrested the King of England and shut him up in a castle. When word of this got out, it caused a huge stir, and seeking a more powerful ally, Leopold turned Richard over to the Holy Roman Emperor, who then demanded the exorbitant ransom. 150,000 marks was a lot of money. Eleanor immediately started a letter-writing campaign, petitioning the Pope on Richard's behalf. The letter is, well, extreme. In it, she says she wishes for death, for blindness, that her brain and blood and marrow dissolve in tears, that she feels.
That's basically the part from Earthbound where Pooh, that's his name, Pooh. He goes to the darkness and he gives up his ears and his limbs and all that.
Her entrails are being ripped out, and asks the Pope to pity her now that young Henry and Geoffrey are dust. 2 sons remain in my solace, she wrote, who today survive to punish me, miserable and condemned. King Richard is held in chains. His brother John depletes his kingdom with iron sword and lays waste with fire. In all things the Lord has turned cruel to me and attacked me with the harshness of his hand. The letter worked on the Pope.
I think this chick might be a narcissist. Maybe, it said, she's on top of the world and she's still able, she comes from the ultimate place of fucking privilege, might I say, point of privilege. And still she's able to say, I have it the hardest in the world. Bail me out now.
He excommunicated Leopold of Austria, since it was illegal to detain a crusader. But by then, Richard was in the Holy Roman Emperor's custody, and even the Pope wasn't going to tangle with that. So Eleanor set herself to raising the ransom. Not an easy feat, since Richard had stripped the royal treasury and squeezed out new taxes to pay for the crusade. But she whipped up support by casting Richard as a national hero who had boldly taken the cross and won great victories, creating a structure where giving to the cause was an act of loyalty and patriotism, and nobles competed to offer the biggest contribution. There was a danger, however, that they would be secretly outbid. John and King Philip had offered the Holy Roman Emperor 80,000 marks to keep Richard imprisoned while they tried to put John on the English throne. But that wasn't going so well, though Philip and John had overrun Angevin territory in Normandy. Eleanor and Richard's council had started hardening English defenses as soon as John left for France. So when John's supporters rose...
Everybody in narcissism's what controls and creates countries and lands, I guess. It's the truest powerful thing, because why didn't all these first world countries just come together and create democracy? It's just wild to me that people came up with, this person is a solid leader because their dad was, or their great-great-grandpa was. Like, does the Bible actually, fucking say, we choose monarchs and you should obey them? Because I don't get how people came to that before just voting for a leader. It must have been propaganda from the narcissists that wanted complete fucking control. But through that, we have all these wars and whatnot, but it made what we have today. Because I mean, they're all using the same currency, it would seem, because it didn't say gave them, like, this many pounds of gold, so there must be some kind of an agreement. It's just like, said everybody could have been governor of a territory, let's say, and then just have a UN when there's issues.
Up, and he crossed the channel.
And everyone
They made
would have
little
got
to no
along
progress,
in Utopia.
until one day, in February of 1194, when John got a message from Philip. It read, "Look to yourself. The devil is loose." Eleanor had raised the enormous ransom and managed to get it safely into the emperor's hands, meaning King Richard was free and on.
I would just think by this point, we gotta find different currency, because what if that boat sinks? Then it's all gone. Like, you could literally... You can't get that back. I'm assuming there's money that, like, we need to build land here because the money's here because we ain't risking taking it home across the ocean.
On his way back,
The Brink security
John,
boats.
unable to best his mother, ran back to Normandy. But Richard, probably with Eleanor's counsel, was in a forgiving mood. See, when Richard left for Crusade, he'd skipped John over as heir, instead naming his then 2-year-old nephew, Arthur I, Duke of Brittany.
How many awful things have pirates actually done? If they all could have came together and just created one nation under God, dare I say, because that's what they all believed in, France, Spain, England, all of them, all come together and say, we're all a society, we're all using the same currency, we're all gonna get along, none of this stuff happens. I just don't understand why. It just must be human nature to be so fucking territorial in just conflict, because just, we never learn.
As his heir presumptive. Arthur was Geoffrey's son, born after his brother died, and got the nod, presumably because he was a toddler, and therefore unlikely to seize the crown while Richard was gone. Yet Richard's capture likely frightened he and Eleanor at the prospect of the English throne going to a 5-year-old, who it should be noted that in the meantime had been kidnapped by Philip and raised in Paris, making him too tied to France. So it turned out, John was the logical choice, and his family would just ignore a little rebelling. Richard, somewhat patronizingly, and again probably with Eleanor's advice, declared that John was but a child, misled by his advisors. I'm sure that John, who was 27 at the time, just loved that. But becoming heir presumptive was worth eating a little crow, and John did it. In fact, he settled down, severed his connections to Philip, and went about fighting to reclaim the French lands that he'd helped.
Now, this might be too altruistic here on the history, but social studies, so current events. Is there any chance that Bitcoin, like the mainstream one, because you have all the Bitcoin ATMs, so that's just gonna be, feels like the safe one that everyone uses. Is there a chance like more people just, as time goes, would naturally just go to that, and then just naturally everybody in the world would be on the same fucking currency, just by itself? No, because people still try to regulate it, and the government, I guess, can just hijack the computers and steal all the money for themselves.
Philip take. Meanwhile, Richard returned to England for a ceremonial redo of his coronation, just to remind everyone who was in charge. And sitting next to him at that ceremony in the Queen's place was not his wife, Berengaria, but his mother, Eleanor. As Richard returned to Normandy to reclaim his territories and fortify his castles, Eleanor retired to the abbey in Aquitaine where she'd buried Henry, and where she'd planned to spend her final years. She was, after all, 72 years old. Having built an empire, she was now leaving it in capable hands, with a steady line of succession. But then in March 1199, she got a message. By the time she got to Richard's bedside, the wound had already gone gangrenous. During the siege of a minor castle, Richard had come to the front line to see an absurd spectacle. A French child was scampering along the wall of the castle, firing at Richard's troops with a crossbow.
You know, I'm beginning to think this family line just ain't it. Wherever they are, misfortune comes their way.
While deflecting incoming arrows with a frying pan. And as Richard the Lionheart watched, amused and totally unarmored, the boy lowered his crossbow and shot the king through the shoulder. Richard died in his mother's arms, having never...
Did they hang that kid? Did they beat him with sticks in the courtyard? What happened to that kid? I need to know.
produced an heir, and Eleanor would bury him in her abbey at his father's feet, leaving the crown of the Angevin Empire to John. The resentful son, always passed over, demeaned, and called deceptive and villainous, now ruled England.
Uh-oh, Scar's in charge of the Pride Lands. Everyone watch out.
Despite her reservations, Eleanor backed her sole remaining son, ensuring that he, rather than her grandson Arthur of Brittany, would take the throne. But remember years earlier, the Earl of Chester, an old-school Anglo-Norman who still felt tied to the French court, had abducted Arthur to Paris. John's nephew, now 12, had grown up with Philip's son Louis and was unabashedly pro-French. So, John enlisted his mother for one last diplomatic mission. To keep the peace with France, he'd agreed to marry Philip's heir to one of his nieces, the daughter of his sister Eleanor, who his mother had married to the King of Castile. And his mother would also select which niece would be best. The trip was arduous. She had to cross the Pyrenees again and was briefly held hostage by a French noble, but she accomplished the mission, bringing the girl back. Yet at the age of 77 and in poor health, Eleanor was slowing down. She had to pass her granddaughter off to others and retire to her abbey. However, she was dragged out again a year later when John went to war against Philip. Knowing that young Arthur would strike for Aquitaine, the aged Eleanor traveled to her chief fortress and rallied her forces there, where her 15-year-old grandson besieged them. But John swept in and captured Arthur, allowing Eleanor to finally retire to her abbey for real this time.
You think she could have just went out there and say, "Leave me alone, I'm old"? Like, come back in a couple years, kid. You'll have more going on then anyway.
And take vows as a nun.
Oh.
And there she rested, living in quiet until she died at the age of 82, buried with her second husband and sons. By one measure, John squandered her hard work. He was a disastrous king who lost much of the French territory his mother had protected for decades via political maneuvering. And after a revolt by English barons, he would be forced to sign the Magna Carta, limiting royal power. But even John couldn't totally squander Eleanor's decades of work. Due to her careful management of succession and political alliances, England held Aquitaine and several other claims in France, remaining a cross-channel empire. This set the agenda of English-French relations for the next 2 centuries and laid the groundwork for the 100 Years' War, which you can watch our series on here. On top of that, Henry and Eleanor's Plantagenet dynasty would rule England for over 3 centuries. But not just England. The fact that she had birthed 3 kings and 2 queens, defended their claims, and strategically married her children into important provinces all across the land gave her the nickname, the Grandmother of Europe. She also inspired a cultural legacy of books, plays, and films that borrowed elements from her life, ranging from Shakespeare's King John to Katharine Hepburn's Oscar-winning performance in The Lion in Winter to the Queen of Thorns in Game of Thrones. And honestly, that really does sum it up. Because when we imagine what political power looked like for women in the Middle Ages, we're often thinking of one woman, Eleanor of Aquitaine, mother of empires.
Well, that was cool. I actually never heard of her before. I was still getting hype on Catherine over there from Russia, but she's not really from Russia. So this is 1100s France/England. Really, the most interesting thing that comes out of this is the political marriages matter. Remember, like, they have to put guards around her because you can get forced into a marriage. Someone will kidnap you, force you into a marriage, and then boom, you get all their shit because women are property. They said forced arranged marriages keep coming up. I don't know how you put that in a game without getting in trouble, but I do think it's an interesting concept. Not because I used to write fan fiction or nothing, but because it's just, like I said, women in these days, though, to give them their props, my people, is they just kept going on. You don't just give up. You don't just say, oh my gosh, my anxiety, I'm gonna go commit suicide. You just keep going. They said, I've actually never liked the word victim. I hate it because it just, due to some bad actors in the world, it just kind of implies that it's never gonna get better. Like, I almost associate victims with the one with, you know, like a murder victim on a body cam and those that are inflicted by it. But that's just me. Like I said, major props to all the women that came before me. That's just like, well, I'm married to a criminal, like I said, that beat someone to death with tomahawks, and he's probably gonna beat me in the face. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. I don't fucking know. This is my punishment for not reading the Bible enough. But these are the cards I was dealt. If I have a kid, hopefully they'll be friends with the king. As I said, sometimes real life is stranger than fiction. You're not going to get the little Disney World type of thing where here's the good people, here's the bad, the good people win in the end. Because sometimes life throws you fucking curveballs. But sometimes unexpected curveballs leading you to a place you didn't think about. Whoa! Deep thoughts. Anyway, when I return, it's time for some going over back. We did Russia, but we'll go back to Asia. I got China. I got Japan. Oh, and Korea. We'll come back with Korea. 15-minute break. Having a great time, chilling, learning things. Said I hated history, I hated social studies in high school, but now I'm like loving it now. Absorbing everything. What does it mean? Why won't we learn? BRB.
Another?
Wait, don't you think you've had enough?
Another.
Mister?
Instead of letting it out, try holding it in. Every time you have a feeling, just stick it into a little pit inside your stomach and never let it out. It's been a while since I could hold my head up high, and it's been a while since I first saw you. And it's been a while since I could stand on my own 2 feet again. And it's been a while since I could call you. And everything I can't remember, my best it only seems. Consequences that horrendous. I've stretched myself beyond my means. It's been a while since I could say that I wasn't addicted, and it's been a while since I can say I love myself as well as. It's been a while since I've gone things out just like I always do. And it's been a while, but all that seems to disappear when I'm with you. And everything I can't remember, a passing only seems. The consequences that I've rendered, gonna things up again, again. Why must I feel this way? Just make this go away. Just one more peaceful day. it's been a while since I could look at myself straight. And it's been a while since I said I'm sorry. And it's been a while since I've seen the way the moon candles light your face. And it's been a while, but I can still remember just the way you taste. And now that thing I can't remember. But medicine only seemed to be acknowledged. I cannot blame this on my father. Did the best they could for me. It's been a while since I could hold my head up high. And it's been a while since I said I'm sorry.
Shot my dog, I can't stand.
Gucci Marks generated this shit.
Yeah, shot my dog, I can't stop. Yeah, shot my dog until she drops. 2,000 volts straight in her top. Cause my dog can't stay in her spot. Yeah, got this remote on me like in my Glock. If Kaya tried to move, she out of luck. She better know I don't give a fuck. She's getting off her place, she's getting struck. Gotta stay in that little place for 8 hours. She getting up, I can't allow her. She my Palestine, I got the power. I'm in my electric ivory tower. Why she act like such a baby? When I shock her, she go crazy. Making me look bad on the stream. Gonna hit her with my power beam. I don't know why that stupid dog just yelped. She should know better not to call for help. Cause you already know where my stream is. I do some shit that would get me banned. Don't you know how much money I spent? That dog costs more than your mama rent. I got the most expensive breed. You know that's the one I need. That stupid dog is so spoiled. Yeah, one more time she getting boiled. Moving with my dog to China. I'll lead her up, goodbye to Kaya.
Times that I had to say I'm sorry for wanting something with a few more bits than my ex-sorry. For play a game, boy, they said it would get old. But sometimes boys like me are curious and can't be told. Now, she came along and had me saying, what is this? Your sexiness, it got me ready for that Genesis. Baby, grab a hold of the joystick, take control of the motion. I can feel it when you, baby, you make all of the choices. Other players can join us if you're feeling like you
Whoa. Is it true the founding fathers were a bunch of thugs? I don't care. Is it okay that I stan John Adams? I just, he was unlikable, and that was fine. He did what he had to do. He fucking said, I hate this Congress, and I hate all your fucking attitudes, and I have an attitude too. But everyone hated Benedict Arnold more. Sent him off to go fucking die somewhere, and he wouldn't. He wouldn't. Anyway, I don't know what I'm on about. I really love the idea, actually, though, of the Baltic Russian Navy. Maybe you're the... What was it in Game of Thrones? The thing that the Ironborn do, where they have, like, their real wives over on their ship, Viking Island, but then, like, they have their sea wives, which is just women they screw in other places. Like, sea wife to the Baltic Navy that keeps bringing fucking exotic animals home. That's what we learned so far with the story we're creating from Learning History Today. Tonto told me that the founding fathers are nothing but landowning thugs. And I believe Tonto when he says things because I think he just really likes history and knowing things and trying to find a truth. But there is no truth. Shit just happens sometimes. Back then, if you're in fucking 1700s Louisiana, do you think these people had any fucking concept of what's going on in Russia? They don't give a fuck. They don't care about the secret Black Hand network ran by ninjas. They didn't care. They were more concerned with not getting eaten by mosquitoes. Now, due to privilege, we live in a world where we can sit in air-conditioned rooms, fucking bitch about, I don't know, the State of the Union and what hot memes got dropped on it today, and not get killed by mosquitoes. They keep saying that West Nile's out there and it's gonna get you, but it hasn't done it yet, folks. Tonto is the truth seeker, but I don't know if you're gonna find it. You see me go crazy on stream too. It's not out there. X-Files lied. That's why I keep believing that whatever happens in the afterlife, like seconds after we die, someone's just gonna give us a whole bunch of flashcards to answer all the questions we've had, like who killed who did this person actually have an affair, and also was 9/11 an inside job? Maybe the answer's inside yourself. And we're really gonna pray because it's time for the country flag quiz. Guess the flags of 197 countries. I thought there was 211, but this is from Afghanistan to Zimbabwe. And we got multiple choice, thank God. This is... I think it's the Republic of Congo. I was fucking right, because I'm a genius. Ooh, this is not Italy or Mexico. Why is everyone's flag lame compared to the American one? I'm sorry. Like, are we the first one to come out here with stars and bars? Get fucking creative, losers. That's all. Everybody needs to redo their flag. Except Minnesota, they went a bit too far. Okay, I got this. Bulgaria. Fuck Hungary, man. I know that one. Woo! Oh. Okay, wait, I thought Australia's got stripes on it, or not. New Zealand is not part of this Commonwealth, is it? Motherfucker, it is! Fight for independence and get the goddamn Union Jack off your flag. Fuck the redcoats. Am I right? I mean, what? Oh, I've never seen this before. I'm gonna go Turkmenistan. It's Taiwan. Ooh, a crest. I recognize this from soccer uniforms. I think it's Peru. It is. Genius. Oh, this is some Europe shit. Oh, but oh no. Ooh. Got it. Oh. That's the Red Cross. Duh. They're the people that do the blood drives. Oh, it's Switzerland. That's where Greta Thunberg's from. I like this one. Whose is this? Okay, I take back what I said. This is A+. I love this one. That Kazakhstan? It is Kazakhstan. It's the Borat flag. Oh, this. What territory is this, England? Oh, look at us. We're England. No one likes us. Oh, we're an island. What is this Commonwealth over here? What the hell is a Tuvalu? It's not Fiji. Okay, did they just put the picture of their like... It's just the map outline? This is F. What is going on here? Is this Cyprus? It is. Cyprus F. This seems like a coastal flag. No. Foolish me. That's definitely the Honduras. No self-respecting country would just fucking paste a shitty-ass maple leaf on there and call it a day. Not that nothing bad against the Honduras people, you know. It's just... I think I know the flags of these two, and that's not a real country over there. Oh, I got some Canadian history, but we'll save that for later. I'm just kidding. Ooh, I like the color palette. Is this Laos? Nah, Armenia. Is that where the guy from System of a Down's from? Ooh. Libya? Yeah. I love the crescent moon. Guinea. Yeah. Oh. At Panama? Could be Haiti. It's funny you say that. What is going on here? This is wild. Whose is this? That's badass. And I say that because it's kind of like a yin-yang in the middle there. It's not, but it makes me think of one. And the fact that it's not, it makes that even cooler. And then we just have the backdrop. Oh, you're going to A. Is it Kenya? No, I've never heard of this country. A+, though. What the fuck is that? What is it with the cross? Like, it's a medieval torture device. Why is everybody putting it on their flag? Okay, is this Georgia? It is. Ooh, that's like the fucking Sublime logo sun up there. That's wonderful. I like this one. Learning so much about flags today. Yo, is there a... There should be a political flag quiz. Just American political groups and all the different LGBT flags. I will get so fucking lost in the sauce on that. And then, you know, there'd still be other country flags thrown in there too. Is it... Oh, it's not Argentina. Uruguay. Pakistan? Algeria. Oh, that's a simple one. That Indonesia? No, it's Poland. That's NASA. I want to say Chile. It's Brazil. Oh no, this is my favorite flag. This is the true flag. It's one of you. Because you two aren't brave enough to handle this smoke. Why isn't our flag look like this? Why don't we put a I thought the Welsh flag was the only one with a fucking dragon on it. I was ignorant. I'm gonna buy this one on Amazon. I already bought the Welsh flag. We gotta hang them because people gotta know that we support flags with dragons on them. This is very fucking important. Bhutan, I will never forget you. No, I'm not falling for this. It didn't, what? Oh, I was right, it's Monaco. Woo, origami confetti because I did great. Oh, you know what, Tonto? You've changed my mind. That's deep. I always gotta go for good literary symbology, you know? A+. We need to know such things for our writing. Following this stream is gonna give you more than any fucking creative writing course from Full Sail University is gonna give you. I can guarantee that right now. That is a fucking DemonCringe guarantee. Anyway, back to history. Da-da-da-da. I came in here so prepared. I'm so proud of myself. I took links and I put them in a doc. That's asking a lot of me. I'm buying a Bhutan flag. I didn't grow up religious. Like, you're talking Indiana Bible trailer in VeggieTales and Jesus Christ Superstar, and also the two DreamWorks movies, The Prince of Egypt and the other one with Joseph. And I just watched the Joseph one recently, but I have read Genesis. You've seen where I was on Exodus. I haven't gotten over that chapter yet. I don't think I'm brave enough to continue Moses' journey. It's more harsh than the movie was. I did watch the Noah movie. I didn't like that movie. It wasn't like the book at all. Okay, I would say what I just described is very, very different from you all and your catechisms and your going to a place every Sunday. That's a lot of work. I want to be in bed.
This is not only an enormously interesting object, but intensely valuable.
There's a delay of when it comes in the chat and goes on the screen. I should be more cautious of that, but that's also asking a lot. Anyway, more of a bit of this before we get back into our deep dive.
This is not only an enormously interesting object, but an intensely valuable one. There was a ring sold at an auction room in London, which was almost identical in design, was tipped with a tiny diamond, and it fetched £20,000.
You joking? What the heck do I do with it now?
No idea. Thank you very much.
Thank
really
you very much.
Brilliant.
Thank you. It's made my day.
Well, made my day too.
Thank you.
Fabulous. Marvellous. Brilliant.
And that was Antiques Roadshow. Alright, I promised Korea. I have zero idea what time period.
Meet Timmy. Timmy has been obsessed with Korean culture ever since his first time playing League of Legends. After years of learning Korean through Duolingo, reenacting his favorite mukbangs in his high school cafeteria, and writing hundreds of Reddit posts on why Parasite and Snowpiercer are the greatest movies of all time, Timmy finally felt culturally appropriated enough to visit.
I didn't know this was all Korean culture. I'm educated now. What a rich culture.
South Korea. The second Timmy stepped off the plane, he was in paradise. He had to try it all. He visited dozens of gaming cafes, toured the city of Seoul, stalked his favorite K-pop idols. Yes, Timmy had finally found the place that he could call home. Oh shit, was that the DMZ? The Korean DMZ, or Demilitarized Zone, is a 250-kilometer long, 4-kilometer wide stretch of land on the Korean peninsula. The region filled with...
The only Asian country I know much about is Russia, and by that I don't mean a lot. You know what I said.
Gun turrets, electric fences, and landmines, serves as a buffer zone between North and South Korea. With nearly 2 million soldiers patrolling the border between two countries who are technically still at war, the DMZ is often cited as the most dangerous place on Earth. The zone was established in 1953 following the signing of an armistice to end the Korean War. But if history's taught us anything, it's that your war wasn't a banger unless it had a sequel. In following this tradition, the Korean DMZ incident, or what is referred to by some as the Second Korean War, occurred from 1966 to 1969 and consisted of a series of lower-scale clashes along the border. In 1966, President Lyndon B. Johnson was visiting.
Have they ever considered just sawing the border off with like a giant saw? One boat has a handle and the other boat has a handle. And then you just break through the core and then you just separate the continents and let one float off. Have they considered that?
Visiting South.
Well, no, South Korea will have to take the hit and go on the voyage. We can't have North Korea running around.
Korea to thank them for contributing forces to the Vietnam War effort.
Yes,
Some
like
of
Bugs
you
Bunny.
may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make.
Meanwhile, North Koreans slipped through the DMZ and ambushed American troops, catalyzing the following 3 years of skirmishes. The grandest of incursions took place in January of 1968, when 31 North Koreans crossed the DMZ and scattered over the South Korean countryside. Their objective? Assassinate South Korean President Park. 2 days into their invasion, 4 brothers stumbled upon the commandos' camp, putting the North Koreans into a predicament. Oh shit! Whoa, now hold on, comrade. These men, these Koreans, they are our brothers. We need to indoctrinate them. Listen, you were lost, but now you are found. Communism will improve the lives of all Koreans. I swear to its greatness. Here, I'll show.
Ah, so that's Korean Hassan Piker right there. Nah, because he would never get this close to ops. Never. And when he does, he goes from being street to sidewalk.
You see this wood here? Instead of this being your wood, watch. Now, it is our wood. Understand? Alright, we'll let you go, but this is a warning. Do not go to the police. You hear me? Hey, look at me, look at me. No police. Got that? Good. The brothers immediately informed the police of the commandos' presence, putting the military on full alert. The North Koreans made it into the capital, changed into South Korean uniforms, and passed through.
Do they have a Gucci store in North Korea? I would like a list of all the countries Hassan's been to, and every single one of them I'm sure has the American tourist fucking luxury bullshit. All of them that have a Gucci store. I bet you not one of them is one without.
Multiple checkpoints, getting as close as 100 yards from their objective before they were caught, causing them to flee towards the DMZ. In the end, one made it back across, 25 were killed, one was captured, and one committed suicide. The DMZ incident would go on for another year, with the North Koreans capturing an American boat and shooting down an American plane. While many view murder as the worst crime a human can commit, some believe certain acts justify it. Acts like armed robbery, preying on children, gardening. Maybe you don't agree with the last one, but in 1976, some North Korean soldiers did. In what can be viewed as either pure American hatred or fiercely passionate environmentalism, 2 American officers were axed and bludgeoned to death by North Koreans while trimming a tree in the DMZ. This became known as the Korean Axe Murder Incident. News of this went all the way up to the White House, and the only thing that could make President Ford's.
So instead of Oregon Trail, it's fucking surviving the DMZ. This could be an interesting concept, and we can have, you know, communism in there to say something about society. This is not a bad time period to consider.
Blood boil more than hearing of American killings is mentioning commies are responsible.
Because, like, this is a part of history. I'm just going off of my Hoosier history class. None of my history teachers gave a fuck. None of them. They just, like, say, take these notes and use it on the test. It just feels like it's Civil War, and then World War I happened. Well, I mean, like, no, it goes World War II, 9/11 almost. Like, nothing happened in between. Well, Vietnam gets, like, 2 pages, but, like, North Korea, that's just skipped, but that's an interesting one, because, like, that was really the fucking World War II vets, the greatest generation, saying, you all need to go to that country and fight communism because we went to go fight for things. What are you, pussies?
Oh, Kim. Kim. Now you fucked up. In response, in an ultimate show of you don't fuck with the United States, Operation Paul Bunyan was greenlit. Named after the mythical lumberjack from North American folklore, the operation was simple. Return to the DMZ to fully cut down the tree rather than trim it, but this time with a little bit of backup. Specifically, the US and South Korea brought 140 men armed with axe handles, pistols, M16s, grenade launchers, vehicle-mounted chain guns, chainsaws, commandos with fucking claymore mines strapped to their chests, and a team of 64 South Korean special forces with no guns, just clubs, taekwondo training, and the spirit of Bruce Lee to guide them. To give them a little backup, they brought a 23-vehicle convoy with a tank, 20 utility helicopters, and 7 attack helicopters. To give them a little backup, they brought B-52s, F-4s, F-5s, F-86s, and F-111s, all of which were armed and ready to engage. They brought a carrier offshore and had nuclear-capable bombers circling overhead. Finally, behind the border, they had full infantry, artillery, and armor divisions standing by. While Jeremy Wade has made some dazzling catches over the years, he pales in the limelight of South Korean fishermen. Morning, June. Good haul today? Oh, pretty good. Healthy amount of mackerel and anchovy. Yourself? Oh yeah, a couple dozen squid, some hairtail, submarine. North Korean espionage? North Korean espionage, that's right. In 1998, a North Korean espionage submarine was caught in a fishing net just south of the border. South Korean fishermen observed crewmen attempting to untangle the sub and reported it to the Navy. The Yugo-class submarine sank as the South Korean Navy was towing it to port. When it was salvaged a few days later, of the 9-member crew, 5 were found executed and 4 had committed suicide. One could say, for the North Koreans, things did not go swimmingly.
Dark. Notice that they didn't eat each other like that weak Donner Party.
Our final story takes place in 2017. It's commonplace to hear tales of daring escapes from North Korea, but it's rare for border crossings to take place through the DMZ, and even more rare when the direction of crossing is into North Korea.
So do most refugees taking boats then? This is ungodly hell then.
Nevertheless, South Korean soldiers captured a 59-year-old man from Louisiana attempting just that. The man told investigators that his mission was to visit North Korea and resolve the escalating regional tensions.
Let him try. Maybe he saw the interview.
And how was our
Starring the
heroic
Seth
peace
Rogen.
activist from the Pelican State going to accomplish this daring escapade? It seems we will never know. But the only thing he packed for his mission was extra underwear, so unless he was playing some MacGyver shit or able to pull off a 10-foot vertical, I don't think it would have gone very far. Or would he? So, in conclusion, while the DMZ provides an isolated region allowing endangered species to thrive, and apparently 5G service, simply picking up gardening is all it takes to bring down enough firepower to make Saving Private Ryan look more like Saved by
Tonto, you'd probably know. Isn't that what happened to that Coach Red Pill?
the Bell, 4 to 10 stars.
Okay, I'm putting DMZ on the list. That's not a bad choice. We can bring awareness to the Korean people, and then as per usual, since it's not the Middle East or Europe, nobody will care. But I do. I'm the true empath. Alright. Time for Japan. A country that does no wrong. Now, already talked about women being property, but it's the past. That's going to come up over and over again. Now, one of the books that I actually read in school, and by that I mean school age, school didn't make me read it, was Memoirs of a Geisha. Because that movie had come out, it was hot shit. But the more and more I think about it, what the fuck? Because being a geisha, you are a sex slave, you're a prostitute, you've been captured, human trafficked, all of this. But somehow, they convince these women, like, but you're the special one. You don't even get seen. Here's a whole bunch of rules, kind of like the British monarchy has, about who you can be seen with, what you do, what you wear, put on this thick makeup, literally putting a coat of paint on some degeneracy, which is the sex trafficking and all this. But because we dressed it up, it's better now. Kind of like, it's like the geishas are like an IP in their own way. We're consuming again. Alright. Running all over Ukraine, telling them they suck and Russia was the best and they're gonna steamroll them all. And then he died. Did they kill him? That's what I was like. That's kind of disrespectful. Don't do that. Anyway, that was my geisha rant, but I'll see if that book in the movie was factual.
Before we begin, if you want to learn more about geishas, I've got an Audible link pinned in the comments where you can explore audiobooks about them.
Books are bad.
Now, on to the story.
YouTube only.
You are born in the outskirts of Kyoto, in the last years of the Edo period. The capital is close enough that its bells sometimes drift into the fields, but far enough that it might as well belong to another life. Life on the outskirts is simple. Men work, women tend. Your father grows rice, bending with the seasons. When harvest is done, he carries goods into the city on his back, grain, firewood, returning at dusk with aching shoulders and stories that never quite explain what he has seen. He tells you about samurai, public executions, and even geisha. He says geisha are the most beautiful women you will ever see, as your mother glares at him. Your mother works without pause. She helps in the fields, tending silkworms as she feeds their pale mouths mulberry leaves. At night, she spins thread by lamplight, fingers moving too quickly to follow. The silk is sold to the capital. Beauty is a luxury your household cannot keep. Sometimes for festivals, she weaves cloth for you children, coarse but colorful and strong. By 5, you know how to...
Man, Once more, past to future. These are the Disney adults of their, not just the consumers. Oh man, I got a piece of silk with a pattern on it. Oh, one day, after enough birthdays, I'm gonna have enough to make a scrunchie.
Sweet, carry water, and quiet younger siblings. Still, there is time to be a child. You chase friends through the paddies after planting season, feet slick with mud. You play house beneath the eaves. You even play samurai with the boys. At festivals, kabuki troupes perform in makeshift theaters. Men in white paint and heavy wigs imitate women. Soft steps, tilted heads, sleeves floating like water. Someone whispers the word, geisha. You've never seen the real ones, but everyone knows their names. A few years pass and you turn 7. A blight strikes the crops. Your father's rice sickens in the paddies, grain failing before it forms. The harvest collapses. At the same time, your mother's silkworms begin to die. The tray is empty. Other families suffer too, but yours collapses fastest. Debts grow quietly. Food jars shrink. Children go to sleep hungry. Then one afternoon, your father asks you a question. Not ordered, not forced. He asks as if he's asking if you'd like to go to summer camp. Would you like to become a geisha? You say yes immediately, proudly. Geisha are admired.
You know?
Suspicious.
Would you like to be an OnlyFans model and make like an extra $50 a fucking every 3 fucking months if you're Anissa Joma?
They wear
Skill
beautiful
issue.
kimonos. You imagine music, dancing, people.
So in this culture over here, because I don't think most churches smile upon prostitution over in the West, you see. But over here, yeah, daughters, that you hope to have daughters, that's not a problem, because those are the in case of emergency, I fuck up, I can always sell them, and then that'll get us back on our feet. This is also so many fucking fanfic scenarios of you had to get sold to pay off your family's debts.
People listening when you speak. Your father says it will take years of training. You nod solemnly, as if this is a test you intend to pass. Your mother cries softly, trying not to be heard. You don't understand why she looks at you as if memorizing your face.
But then you have to ask, what's it all for? If in this scenario that the creator here's painting, your child gets sent off, like, what was it all for then, kind of?
You promise to visit. You promise to send gifts. You promise everything a child can promise without knowing the cost. And the cost is you. This happens just before the Meiji Restoration reshapes the country. You were born into the old order. Under Tokugawa customs, fathers may sell daughters into service without shame or legal challenge. It is framed as duty, necessity, even care. The truth is, the question was never a choice.
Does Karl Marx approve of this? Would he approve of OnlyFans?
It was only asked so your parents could live with the answer. The next week, you are dressed in your best clothes. Your father does not speak much. The walk to Kyoto feels ceremonial, like a procession you do not yet understand. The streets narrow. The air changes. Lanterns appear. This is the Hanamachi, the flower district, spoken of in half sentences and lowered voices. You are taken to a building. You hear it called an okiya. Inside, you are not welcomed. You are not adopted. You are evaluated. You are turned slightly, told to stand straight, asked to open your mouth and recite. Hands inspect your posture, your teeth, your hairline. Papers are brought out. Money changes hands. No one explains anything to you. Only later, much later, do you understand. This is the day you were sold. That same day, the hierarchy reveals itself quickly and without kindness. The house comes first, always. Then comes the Okasan, the mother who owns the house. Her authority is absolute. Below her stand the senior geiko, women whose names carry weight beyond the walls of the house. You are warned immediately. Never call them geisha. In Kyoto, they are geiko. That distinction matters. It is pride, tradition, and hierarchy woven into a single word. Only outsiders get it wrong. After them are the meiko, girls not much older than you, but already shaped into something polished. And then there is you, small, quiet, unrefined. Training begins the next morning. There is no easing in period. Dance lessons before dawn. Shymasen lessons until your fingers ache and split. Speech training that teaches you not.
Oh man, if you could sell someone... This is what people pay for billions of dollars to go to Juilliard for. What's the problem?
What to say, but how not to say too much. You are taught how to sit still, how to kneel, and how to lower your eyes without seeming rude. You learn.
Patti LuPone would probably look at this and say, what? Fucking, but did she have to play the tuba on top of all that? Probably not. Respect the theater.
Learn how to pour sake. You're also made to drink it, as drinking tolerance is also introduced early. Not to indulge, but to endure. Sleep is another lesson. As part of your training, your hair is styled elaborately. Due to the cost, it must not be disturbed. So, you are given a takamakura, a wooden neck rest instead of a pillow.
Oh my god, yeah, because they describe this in detail in the Memoirs of a Geisha, how, like, you had to keep sleep where you can't turn your head or nothing. I, like, tried to make a contraption like this with my pillow to see how fucking uncomfortable it'd be.
This makes your nights uncomfortable. When mistakes are made, punishment follows. A rod across the knuckles, forced kneeling for hours. You are told this is refinement, that discipline creates beauty, and tears are proof you are being shaped correctly. Here, pain is not hidden. It is explained as culture. After 8 months, the abuse wears you down. You tell your trainers you want to go home. They laugh. You don't understand why. You go to the Okasan. She scoffs and tells you your family has abandoned you, that you belong to her now. You don't believe her, so you threaten to run. It is a mistake. She orders you locked in a storage room. She tells you she owns you by law, that you owe her money for sake, lessons, kimonos, paint, and hair.
Man, when you owe your soul to the company store, but you didn't even consent to the company store. You know who has it worse than this, though? Those Amazon employees, am I right?
Each day you resist, your food
Got
is
locked
reduced.
in the chokey.
Your body breaks before your will does. By the second week, you are weak and shaking. It is at that moment you realize what it means to be a geiko. Anyone can learn steps or music. What the house is building is control over your face, your body, and your instincts. You're trained to be a living accessory to status, a professional listener, a flawless host, a moving piece of culture people can rent by the hour. And because it's Kyoto, where tradition is treated like law, the illusion has to be perfect. No cracks, no humanity leaking through at the wrong time. So, you give in. You accept your place as an accessory. When you're set free, you face your training with fervor. You've always seen how the geikos seem untouchable. They move differently. They command rooms. You believe fiercely that if you endure long enough, you will become the best one of them, and everything will make sense. Years pass since your imprisonment as you turn 13. You no longer cry the way you used to. The tears still come, but they pass faster now. You also miss home a lot less. The past few years have also seen a lot of changes. The country is changing. The shogun pledges loyalty to the emperor. The capital moves to Tokyo. The caste system is abolished. You think that is all, until rumors spread. A foreign ship in Yokohama, Chinese men in chains. A trial, foreign judges, Japan shamed before the world. You don't know the name Maria Lu.
Whoa! Exposed! Did you know that Japan used to do bad things to China and their neighbors? It's almost like they built the civilization on an island with not many resources, much like another country that could be named.
But you understand the result. People were freed. The Okiya hums with anticipation. Senior Mako speak carefully, their eyes bright. Geiko whisper late into the night. Someone says debt slavery is illegal now. Someone else says debts are erased. Even the Okusan grows quiet. When the edict arrives, it sounds like a miracle. The law says you are free.
It's the oh my god, don't shoot me. What is the proclamation? Declaration of Proclamation. It's that, but for whores. They're free now.
Your debt abolished. Your bondage.
Much like when they were all freed into Louisiana from France. All the whores were gone. That actually, they indeed did write a song, because that would be very notable. They're just all gone. Where'd the hoes go?
Unlawful.
Emancipation Proclamation. Don't. It rhymes and it tricks me.
Girls imagine leaving, writing home, choosing their own futures. You imagine walking through the gate without permission, belonging only to yourself. Then the papers arrive. New contracts, new words, same hands. It says you were never a slave.
Oh, much like the Emancipation Proclamation.
You were a student. The debt never disappears. It changes form. Training fees, housing costs, kimono expenses. Everything is itemized. Everything is now legal. You are told you may leave at any time if you repay what you owe. But no one can. The house absorbs the shock without changing shape. Lessons resume. Ledgers reopen as hope drains slowly and painfully. Freedom for you, you learn, has been postponed forever, by better accounting. From this point on, you stop believing release will come from the outside. The Maria Luz affair didn't only affect you, it also brought unwanted attention to Kyoto. Foreigners accuse Japan of hypocrisy. They call Geiko enslaved prostitutes, no better than courtesans. Kyoto is embarrassed. You see it in the Okusan's face. You see it in the...
Well, how long did you think you were gonna get away with being the whore country? Before it got called out? Man, like I said, you gotta think of these nations as people, which is true, because they're a reflection of the people in them. And let's just say Japan has a habit of bullying, but then not being able to take it when it happens to them. FOMO indeed.
Thinning guest lists. Patrons disappear. Not out of conscience, but fear of reputation. Kyoto needs an answer. So, it offers spectacle. The first Miyako Adori is announced. A festival of art, of culture, of proof. You are one of 32 Mako chosen to perform. You are dressed identically. Light blue silk, heavy sleeves, patterns repeating until no one can tell where one girl ends and another begins. When you rehearse, you are corrected not as an individual, but as a mistake in a line. Move together, breathe together, smile together. You are told this performance...
So, these channels where it's like POV, you're this person and had a horrible life, they should do this, but for like the cast of Glee. And that'd be Ryan Murphy right there beating the shit out of them.
Performance matters. Not for you, for Kyoto. On the day of the performance, the theater is full in a way you have never seen. Men with pale faces and sharp noses sit stiffly, blinking too much. Some are tall like scarecrows. Others are round and red. Their clothes are dark, tight, and strange. No kimono folds, no soft edges. You do not know their names. You only know they are watching. The chant rises, and you step forward with the others. 32 bodies move as one. Sleeves lift, feet slide. The stage becomes a single organism, breathing grace. You are told this is proof. Proof that Geiko is art. Proof that Kyoto is civilized. Proof that Japan deserves respect. The applause is thunderous. You bow until your neck aches. That night, back in the Okia, the ledger is unchanged. Your debt remains. You understand then, your body can represent a nation and still not belong to you. Time moves quietly, measured in lessons and seasons. You grow tall. Your voice softens. Your body learns control before it learns comfort. By now, you can dance for hours without trembling, pour sake without spilling a drop, tune a shamisen by ear, and read a room before a word is spoken. You learn when to laugh, when to lower your eyes, and when silence earns more than speech. You learn how to drink without appearing drunk, how to smile while tired. The Miyako Adori returns every year, as regular as spring. Each performance sharpens you. Each applause reminds you that refinement is rentable. At night, in shared rooms, the older girls talk. They speak carefully, in fragments, about sponsors, about ceremonies, and rumors they heard about the graduation from Mako to Geiko. You have just...
This is, well, is it like being a VTuber where you have to put on a show like that Shark Girl did before changing her name and coming back? You know, when the UFOs beam up the VTubers. Is it like that? I know what sponsorship means.
Just turned 16 when your turn comes. Your mizuichi, which literally means hoisting from the water, is announced publicly as a graduation. The house calls it a ceremony. The Okasan calls it an investment. The older geikos call it tradition. They explain the markers of transformation. Your collar will turn from red to white. Your hairstyle will change, and your status will rise. You will no longer be called a child. You will be introduced as a woman, as a geiko in full. What they do not emphasize is the bidding. Men you have never met discuss your worth behind sliding doors. Numbers rise and fall as though they are trading silk and not a person. When the decision is made, it is delivered to you without ceremony.
Non-misogynist Tonto wasn't wrong. You do have to know the value of a woman, actually, if you're gonna fucking live in any of these societies.
You have been purchased for the night by
well,
an
that's
elderly
lovely,
samurai,
but they're such
wealthy,
a great
respected,
culture.
Politically useful to the house. His name is spoken as though it is a blessing. You're told his payment will erase part of your debt and fund your debut. That this is how careers are built. The meeting itself is arranged with precision. The room is immaculate. Your movements are rehearsed. Your expression must remain calm.
Well, you know, crazy how was there a female gladiator division? Would anybody be into watching a whole bunch of women kill each other? Nah, it's like, because I'm trying to think, like, men obviously have a value, labor slaves, all of that, but I just wonder, is the pay scale less for whoring?
The patron speaks gently, as men often do when they believe they are being generous. You notice his hands tremble with age. It is at this point you realize, with a cold clarity, that this is not about desire. It is about ownership, about entitlement, purchased and delivered. With sake flowing, he soon gets drunk. He grabs you by the arm, and you flinch instinctively. But immediately, you remember Okasan's words. Don't resist. So you stop resisting and retreat into your mind. Inside, your thoughts go far away. The experience itself is not dramatic. It is worse than that. It is hollow, mechanical, something endured rather than lived. You focus on the ceiling beams, on the way your breath sounds too loud in your own ears. You even try to console yourself with the knowledge that this moment, this transaction, will be recorded as a success. When it ends, he leaves with quiet satisfaction. You remain there.
And then you get charged for the pillow.
Numb. Afterward, nothing looks different in the corridors of the Okia. The same floors, the same paper walls, the same rules. But you are no longer addressed as before. Your name appears more often on guest lists, your sleeves grow longer, and your rank improves. People congratulate you. You are told you are fortunate.
Wonder if any of that silk came from her family, though. Oh.
You are treated with more respect, but more caution. You are invited where you were once excluded. Men look at you differently, not as a promise, but as a possession with credentials. You realize you are no longer a child, not because you chose to grow up, but because your body has been converted into value. As the years go by, you bloom fully into your womanhood. At 23, your name is requested before others. Tea houses adjust their evenings around your availability. You no longer wait in the anteroom. You are announced. At banquets, you sit perfectly straight for hours. You laugh at the right moments. You remember who prefers dry sake and who likes flattery disguised as wit. The clients are different now. The samurai are gone, their stipends dissolved into history. In their place come businessmen, ministry officials, and industrialists who smell of ink, coal, and new money. They bring gifts, a lacquered comb from Osaka, a silk obi dyed in colors you've never seen before, imported chocolates wrapped in paper you cannot read. None of them belong to you. The Okia owns it all. One foreign client returns often.
Oh, come on, the least you can do is give her a Hershey bar.
Taller than the others. His Japanese rough but enthusiastic. He asks, again and again, if you will go back with him to his country. He speaks of freedom. You smile and refuse politely. You have heard what happens to women who accept. Rumors of how they vanish into circuses. Your image circulates too. A photographer poses you beneath painted cherry blossoms. These photographs appear on postcards sold to travelers. You hear foreigners buy them by the stack.
Yep, literal idol
culture. You never
culture.
see the money. You are told it goes toward expenses you did not approve. It is at your peak. You understand the truth clearly. While your fame has grown, your choices have not. You are admired, displayed, circulated, and still indebted. You realize visibility is not ownership of the self. Prestige is simply a higher shelf in the same cage. As you keep working each year, your debt also does not disappear with your popularity. The numbers barely change. Kimono maintenance, lessons, household fees. Each year replenishes what the last one erased. You finally understand what the older women once meant when they said repayment was theoretical. The system was never meant to release you, only to keep you functional. During that time, your body begins to argue with the work. Knees stiffen after long nights. Your voice tires sooner. Your skin, once powdered smooth, now requires more care, more paint. Clients notice pauses you didn't used to need. They say nothing. They don't have to. They already noticed the younger girls that graduate every spring with their collars newly turned white. Their laughter is loud, and their mistakes are forgiven due to their youth, an attribute you no longer possess. Clients notice them immediately. You watch the familiar pattern repeat itself. The first glance.
Welcome to
the
Scarlett
indulgent smile,
Johansson's sad
sponsors'
life.
inquiries whispered to the Okasan. Men who once sent for you now ask casually if you've met the new girl from the Northern District. You say yes. You say she's promising. Because what else can you say? You are 30 when you notice the shift. At first, it's a canceled engagement.
Too old in Japan.
A polite apology from a tea house you once
Ruined.
anchored. Then a night where you are seated slightly farther from the center. Then another where a younger Mako pours the drinks while you play music instead of dancing. Little by little, you're relegated to the sidelines. By your mid-30s, the transition is complete. You move into the background of the Okia. You no longer dress for banquets at all. You manage schedules. You correct postures.
Manager.
You remind girls to smile with their eyes. You wake earlier now to prepare others. You monitor allowances, arrange lessons, and report infractions. You enforce rules you once resented because leniency does not exist
Does
in the
Japan
margins.
not know the Magna
Okasan watches
Carta
you closely,
exists?
not as talent, but as labor. Useful, replaceable. The girls you train remind you of yourself. 7-year-old hands clutching sleeves too big. 12-year-old silence mistaken for discipline. They ask if the work gets easier. You tell them the truth. Carefully. It becomes familiar. At 40, people have forgotten you, but your debt is still remembered, restructured, deferred, and justified. You belong to the house as much as ever, only now you help keep it running. You are no longer the face of the system. Now you are just one of its gears, and this machine never stops.
Whoa. Well, it never stops. It did eventually, didn't it? Wow, what a downer. Alright though, time to go back to extra history. We're gonna do the warring... interesting, this video's titled Warring States Japan. Something I was told it's not called.
Sengoku Jidai, the Warring States.
Oh no, the other voice.
Period. The time we think of when we think of samurai. A time of self-sacrifice, bravery, treachery, and betrayal. A time when the fate of great clans could turn in a day, and peasants could rise up to become regent of all Japan. A time filled with personalities like Miyamoto Musashi, Oda Nobunaga, Hattori Hanzo, and of course, Tokugawa Ieyasu. Names that live on in our culture even today. It's one of the most seminal periods in Japanese history, and it'll be the topic of our next few videos. In 1467, a few decades before Columbus stumbled onto the shores of the Bahamas, and 15 years after the light of Rome was extinguished for the last time at the fall of Constantinople, Japan erupted into a great civil war. This war, the Onin War, rocked all of Japan. It started as a dynastic dispute between two great clans, the Hosokawa and the Yamana, but it soon spiraled out of their control, devastating both of these clans and shattering any semblance of unity within Japan. As central authority collapsed, regional warlords called daimyo fought to assert their power over whatever portion of the country they could grab, fracturing Japan into 100 feuding fiefdoms and plunging the whole country into chaos and 100 years of ceaseless war. But we're going to pick up the story in the province of Mikawa, the home of the Matsudaira.
So much like England. Every time a major dynasty would die, let's all just fucking civil war it. Battle Royale, bitches.
1548. This province and this whole region is central to our story, because Kyoto, the capital of Japan at the time, and traditionally the home of the emperor and the shogun, is just a short distance away. And whoever controls the shogun, at least in theory, controls Japan. But in Mikawa, the Matsudaira are surrounded by two larger, much more powerful clans, the Oda to the west and the Imigawa to the east. It was just a matter of time until one of these larger clans attacked the Matsudaira, looking to claim their territory in this age of might makes right. 1548 is that year. The Oda forces start marching into Matsudaira territory. The defenses collapse. Without help, the Matsudaira are clearly lost, so the head of the Matsudaira clan turns to the Imagawa. He asks them for an alliance, for help to defend his lands, but an alliance won't come without a price. The Imagawa clan offer to help on the condition that he send them his eldest son as a hostage. Having little other choice, the head of the Matsudaira family agrees. But as his retainers are taking his son to the Imagawa territory, they're ambushed. Somebody tipped off the Oda. The boy is kidnapped and spirited away to Oda lands. The Oda write to the Matsudaira and tell them that if they don't turn traitor and end their alliance with the Imagawa, they'll kill the boy. And here's where the head of the Matsudaira pulls one of the most brilliant maneuvers of the Sengoku Jidai. Now, I don't know if he did it as a brilliant stratagem or if he was just doing it out of stoic samurai bravado, but still, brilliant. He writes back and says to them something roughly like, "Kill my son. In doing so, you will show the Imagawa just how committed to our alliance I am." What a catch-22. Don't kill my son? I win. Kill my son, I win more. And boy does it work. The Oda don't kill the boy. In fact, they have no idea what to do with him now. So he just sits around at a local temple for several years. Thus, in a world where hostages are slaughtered left and right, this boy is left unharmed until, at last, an opportunity comes for the Oda to get what little use out of him they can. The old head of the Oda has died, and the Oda forces are in a bit of disarray. The Imagawa see their opportunity and put to siege the castle that houses the new head of the Oda clan while he's relatively undefended. Then they offer the Oda a deal. We'll let you live if you hand over the castle we're sieging and give us back the Matsudaira boy you stole from us years ago. The Oda jump at the deal because, hey, good riddance. The head of the Matsudaira clan has also just recently died, making this boy, in name at least, the new head of the clan. The Imagawa see having him as a hostage as a good way of assuring that the Matsudaira will remain on their side, and with any luck, they can raise him to be a staunch ally of the Imagawa by the time he returns home at the age of 15. In 1556, the boy is now officially a man by the standards of the time, and he returns to Mikawa to rule the province in his own right. The alliance with the Imagawa is going well. The Oda are feeling the pressure of the...
Much like Patty Hearst got a promotion without really doing much. Just saying.
Combined forces of the Matsudaira and the Imagawa, and now it is time for this teenage daimyo to take up the sword himself and lead the Matsudaira forces. His capacity for war is quickly confirmed as he storms through Oda lands, reducing the hill forts along the border. But even as his armies are raising the Matsudaira flag over these fortified hills, the Imagawa forces are doing even better, cutting deep swaths into the Oda lands. The end is near. The Imagawa forces are going to march on to the final great Oda castle, destroy their last major rival, and sweep on to take Kyoto, with the loyal Matsudaira at their side. The Imagawa forces are resting in a gorge, partying, celebrating, and regathering their strength for the final siege of this castle. The Matsudaira forces are camped a bit further off at one of the border forts they've recently taken. Meanwhile, the last of the Oda forces are in their castle. They are preparing for one last desperate defense, but their leader, the 26-year-old Oda Nobunaga, has other plans. His advisors counsel him to hide in the castle, or perhaps to surrender without a fight. But he turns to them and he says, "Do you really want to spend your entire lives praying for longevity? We were born in order to die. Whoever's with me, come to the battlefield tomorrow morning. Whoever's not, just stay wherever you are and watch me win it." He knows that all defending the castle will do is buy him maybe a few more days, but he has no interest in losing more slowly. He'd rather take the 1,000-to-1 shot at victory. So he gathers up the few hundred men he has in his castle and begins riding toward the Imagawa force, an army that numbers in the tens of thousands. He rallies men to his banner as he winds through the countryside, mustering a force of about 2,500 souls not afraid to die on this suicide charge he's proposing. But his information network is still good, and he knows that the Imagawa forces are resting in a gorge. What's more, it's a gorge he knows well from when he was a boy. He has a plan. It may be a desperate one, perhaps even a foolhardy one, but it is a plan. He has no intention of charging onto the spears of his enemies just to die with glory. When they near the gorge where his enemies are resting, Oda Nobunaga...
I actually think, well, it isn't the reason that samurai swords, it's like, oh, they've been folded over 1,000 times. I heard that's because really shitty metal. That's how many times it does need folded over. I'm also wondering if spears wouldn't be a better weapon. I'm thinking of like that Roman maneuver that was seen on Game of Thrones where they take their shields out and pierce. I could see that fucking up the samurai. No one's conceived of that here, it seems.
Naga does something that seems like madness with his force of 2,500 facing up against an army of 25,000.
Tonto, I like that you say that, because I remember when I was younger watching, what's the fucking Miyazaki movie with the wolves? That one? Princess Mononoke. Seeing that for the first time, and he was watching it with us, and there's that whole beginning where he's just traveling forever for days and days, and my dad's like, isn't it Japan? It's the size of Indiana. He'd be there already. This isn't realistic. Because my dad's autistic like that, I guess, but it's just like, it's the size of Indiana. Who cares?
He splits up his men. But he's playing to win here, and he knows that he's only got one shot. So he sends a division of 500 men up to a fortified temple on a nearby hill. These 500 men are not there to fight, but rather to create a decoy army. They take flags and banners and litter them atop the hill so that the men in the gorge think that Nobunaga's entire force has taken up a defensive position there. Hardly a threat for them to worry about. After all, it's just one more hill fort to take.
Y'all ever think America's just too big and that's the problem? Like, or would we all be a whole bunch of Europes if we did divide it? So that's why it has to stay united. I just always wondered, like, why Indiana, Michigan, and Ohio can't be its own thing over here. Because, you know, we're just practical people. But then California can do its own fucking thing. New York's the capital of the world, so the world can fucking have it. And then the South can just be the South. Well, you can have the Tennessee, Kentucky side. That's the inbred side. We wall that one off, and we deport the Indiana people that need to go back there. And then there's, like, the Texas side. I hope it don't happen in our lifetimes. That'd be sad. But one could argue our founding fathers did this shit for 13 states. They didn't, I don't know if they fucking calculated all the other ones. I don't think they knew Hawaii was a thing.
Oda Nobunaga has another plan. He knows how to sneak around the gorge and enter it from a place the Imagawa will never suspect. As he begins to lead his forces around their stealthy path, a storm rolls in. The rain begins to pour. The clouds and the water whipping through the wind mask his approach. No one in the gorge sees them until it's too late. The men in the gorge have been drinking. Some are in tents. Many have dispersed to find shelter from the rain. And then, just as the clouds part and the rain stops, Oda Nobunaga's men come charging into the valley. It's mayhem. It's a slaughter. The unprepared and drunken men scatter or fall where they stand. The attack is so sudden that the lord of the Imagawa doesn't even realize it's an attack. He thinks it's just a ruckus caused by the peasants in his army, so he doesn't move from the play he's watching until a soldier bursts into his tent. At first he thinks it's one of
just like Abe Lincoln.
His men, but the soldier thrusts a spear at him. He whips out his katana at the last moment and slices the spear in two, but too late. Another man rushes in and lops off his head. With such surprise...
Not at all like Abe Lincoln, more like JFK.
...and such panic, with the complete loss of their leadership, the Imagawa army evaporates. Thousands are cut down as they flee. Thousands more just quietly return to their farms back in the Imagawa lands. But this force was everything. The Imagawa thought they were going all the way to Kyoto with this army, so they brought everything they had. The weakened Imagawa are now just carrion for their hungry neighbors. All of those clans around them descend on their land and carve it up between them. Even one of their former allies. The young leader of the Matsudaira understood which way the wind was blowing. As he watched the routing Imagawa forces stream past his captured hill fort, he decided that it was time to meet with the young lord of the Oda. Oda Nobunaga, perhaps due to his own lack of forces, or perhaps due to the Matsudaira boy's nearly mythical ability to dodge death, agreed to work with him rather than slaughter his forces outright, as was often done to the losing side during this.
Now, notice also, though, in a lot of the European ones, the wives and the queens always play a fucking role. They're never just kind of there in the background. Said, King Henry VIII gets excommunicated because of pussy, basically, and his own ego. But here, there's no woman to say, stop the fighting, guys. It's too much, and it's really bad, and people are suffering and dying. Where are the women at with the bird hands to prevent this? Oh, they're too busy in whore jail, becoming geishas, being told it's good for them and they owe money. Wonderful.
Goku Jidai. The young Matsudaira leader agreed to be not perhaps a vassal, but more a junior partner in wherever Nobunaga's adventures may lead him. This young man who will one day be known far and wide, Tokugawa Ieyasu. Join us for the next episode as Oda Nobunaga begins to formulate his own plans to march on Kyoto. And
we're gonna learn about Nobunaga's Conquest, the video game. I buy Christianity as the most feminist of the religions, actually. I stopped believing in God when I learned Hayley Williams doesn't do misery business no more. And then when she doesn't do horror and like giggles like, I changed the words of my own song, how rock and roll am I? If Paramore can't even be pure, what's the point? What's the point in any of it?
welcome back to the Sengoku Jidai. Last time we left off with Oda Nobunaga ascendant after his surprising victory over the Imigawa, and young Tokugawa Ieyasu aligning himself and his clan with the victorious Oda. Now we enter a period of consolidation, as Nobunaga tries to strengthen his holdings and plan for his own march on Kyoto. And this is where the alliance with Tokugawa becomes so important. You see, to the east of Owari, the home province of the Oda, were three great clans, the Hojo, the Takeda, and the Uesugi, all of whom were arguably more powerful than the Oda. So why didn't one of these clans march west and steamroll everything between them and Kyoto? Well, because every time one of them would start to, one of the others would invade their territory. But now that Oda Nobunaga had the Tokugawa as allies, his eastern flank was secure. He could look west with impunity, or at least with a pretty big buffer between him and anyone who wanted to stop him. So this just leaves two clans to the west between Oda and Kyoto. These were the Azai and the Saito. But remember, right now, Oda Nobunaga isn't grasping for the prize of Kyoto. He's trying to consolidate the gains he's just made. So he marries off his sister to the Lord of the Azai, bringing them into the...
As you do. Should have went with this woman's point of view, being sold for war funds. You know, for the cause.
Family, and hopefully ensuring their friendship. At the same time, he opens overtures with his father-in-law, the old daimyo of the Saito, Saito Dosan, a crafty ex-merchant who managed to raise himself up to ruling a whole province. Saito Dosan is on the verge of making a deal with the Oda when he's trapped and killed by his own son, Saito Yoshitatsu, who then rejects Oda Nobunaga's overtures of peace. Looks like it's back to war then. And now it's time to bring in our third major actor, Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Actually, wait, no. Before we go on, we gotta talk about names. Because, you see, at this point, Toyotomi Hideyoshi isn't actually being called Toyotomi Hideyoshi yet, and Tokugawa Ieyasu isn't called Tokugawa Ieyasu yet either. And basically everybody in this story changes their name like 13 times, because it seems to be a thing at the time to demand that everybody call you by increasingly cooler names the stronger you got, which, yeah, it's kind of awesome, but it also gets extremely confusing, so
This never changed. Do you ever see what the Japanese version of a movie or a game title is? Like, think what Persona 4 Arena Super Robot Suplex Hold S rank tier S18? They do this. But do they know, for them being all about efficiency, do they know that longer titles take longer to say and write out? This seems to be a fucking problem loop here.
You're basically just going to ignore it and just call everybody by the names history remembers them as. The only really important one to remember is that Tokugawa Ieyasu was called Matsudaira Motoyasu, and like 6 other things before that, before he became Tokugawa Ieyasu, and that he was the leader.
This is the Unburnt, the Breaker of Chains, the Queen of Marine, and Queen of the Seven Kingdoms from Dragonstone. That shit was real, like there's no lies here. Game of Thrones, The Dragon Times, historically accurate.
Of the Matsudaira clan from the last episode, which by the end of this episode he will rename to the Tokugawa. You see why I'm not bothering with all these name changes? Anyway, back to Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Here is a guy who really embodies the changing fortunes of the age. He began life as a peasant. When he was born, he wasn't even cool enough to get 2 names, but then he joined the Oda forces and became a sandal bearer. I kid you not, he was the guy who's...
I was about to say, if I knew how to do art, if only. I would like to make one of those AI, if life as, but it'd be iDubbbz on the thumbnail. Life is a clout-chasing loser. Life is an irrelevant loser. You find yourself married to an attention-seeking bitch who prostitutes herself online on OnlyFans.
Job it was to carry Oda Nobunaga's shoes around, but apparently he was really good at it. So good that he got promoted to being one of the guys who oversaw repairing castles, and from there it was off to the races. In 1561, Oda Nobunaga invades the Saito lands. For 3 years he's rebuffed, never quite able to take the mountain castle of Inabayama that the Saito use as their headquarters. But then Oda brings in Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Toyotomi's specialty was administration and diplomacy. He was a decent enough warrior, I guess, but that's not what Oda needed right now. If all it was going to take to beat the Saito was a good general and some courage, Oda Nobunaga would have gotten the job done himself already. So instead of attacking the Saito head-on again, Toyotomi applies his special brand of skills. One by one, through bribes, appeals, and threats, Toyotomi turns almost all of Saito's retainers against them. With nearly all of their forces defecting, the Oda conquest of the Saito is a near certainty. But there's still the impregnable fortress of Inabayama to deal with. So long as it stands, the Oda will never safely hold the land. They need a jumping-off point, a place to gather their troops and store their supplies, a place to safely maintain a siege from, and a place to retreat to if things go poorly. Their last several incursions fell apart because they lacked such a place. So Oda Nobunaga orders Toyotomi Hideyoshi to build one, right at the foot of Inabayama. Now, you would think that right under the arrows of the enemy, it would be impossible to build such a fortification. But not for Toyotomi Hideyoshi. According to legend, he built the place overnight. Now, we can be pretty sure that he didn't actually build that place overnight, but getting himself a legend like that probably means he built it pretty darn fast. He certainly did it fast enough that he got it built before the Saito could really muster an effective attack against it. As our story rolls forward, I think it's worth pondering why these three men with their particular talents were able to unify Japan when for 100 years all who came before them had failed. And the conquest of the Saito gives us some good hints, I think. But back to Inabayama. Once Toyotomi Hideyoshi's fortress is in place, Oda Nobunaga brings his forces up to put the Saito's castle under siege.
Why didn't they all consider getting along and forming a democracy? In real talks, this is what... Because I'm just trying to think of... I think of humanity as animals. Not that I actually believe that, but when I try to figure out personality types, I try to figure out what role they play in nature. If you think of us as a species, right? Because in nature, all these animals have a role to the ecosystem that they play, or they wouldn't fucking exist. They have a purpose to something here. And I've always wondered, as we watch Ewus, these horrible serial killers and just sadists, all that, the anti-personality disorder. Why is that? Why do these people just born wanting to do horrible things and be narcissists, all this? Why? Are they just like bad humans, just born bad? And I think it's because when Mad Max shit goes down, they're gonna be the ones to adapt to it. They're actually gonna be the ones that might make right, and then are gonna like pave the way through the power vacuums, and then they'll all get killed, and then then you restart society. And since we're in a first world country, unfortunately, there's no warlording to be done, so they go murder people in trailers instead. That's what I think's going on.
But Hideyoshi's not done. He has one more trick up his sleeve. He's been talking to the local villagers, and he knows of a path up the back of the mountain. A path that would let him and a small handful of men slip into the castle undetected. He tells Nobunaga of his plan, and they agree. He is to pick his men and head out. In the dead of night, they scale the side of the mountain, and just before dawn, leap over its walls. They quickly rush to set fire to the storehouses and the powder magazine. The magazine explodes in this great gout of flame. The defenders inside are totally disoriented. Outside the walls, they see thousands of men advancing on them. They see the treacherous banners of those they thought to be their allies slowly creeping up the hill, and then bang, the castle erupts. Some men throw down their weapons right on the spot. Others leave the castle walls and race to the courtyard, thinking a full-scale attack is going on. In the midst of this confusion, Toyotomi Hideyoshi and his small band of men seize the gate and throw open the doors. It's not long before the castle has fallen. This is the end of the Saito. When the campaign is done, Nobunaga makes Toyotomi a lord for his services and appoints him to rule over 3 prefectures of the former Saito's land. With the Saito out of the way, Oda Nobunaga plans at last to march to Kyoto. But how could he justify it? What legal reason did he have? If he simply marched in as a conqueror, it might unify other clans against him. It might even weaken the support of some of his retainers. But then, in 1568, a 31-year-old man turned up on his doorstep claiming to be Ashikaga Yoshiaki, displaced from Kyoto when his brother, the shogun, was murdered. This man asks Nobunaga to cast out the pretenders to the shogunate and reinstate him as the true and rightful shogun of Japan. What an opportunity. Nobunaga, with all the reverence and humility due to his station, says that of course he'll help. He wants nothing more than justice for Yoshiaki and to see the Ashikaga shogunate restored. Of course he'll help him retake Kyoto, fingers crossed. Then Nobunaga makes it known far and wide. He's marching to Kyoto to restore the shogun, and anybody who tries to stop him is acting against the rightful will of the shogun and will be destroyed.
We have a new enemy in town.
Not much you can say against that. And so, with a somewhat naive heir to the shogunate in tow, Oda's forces sweep west, smashing the few clans that stand in their way, and by the year's end, they're in Kyoto. And there we will leave our story for today. Everything's great, Oda has Kyoto, the, quote, rightful shogun has been restored, Hideyoshi's managing the Saito lands, and Ieyasu's holding down the fort in the east. What could possibly go wrong? Tune in a couple weeks to see what goes wrong. I don't want to spoil it, but warrior monks.
Ooh, Dungeons and Dragons time! What the hell? They got ninjas, samurais, and warrior monks. They got the trifecta going on over there.
Remember how last time we left off with Oda Nobunaga seizing Kyoto and installing Ashikaga Yoshiaki as shogun? Well, you see, there turned out to be one small problem with that. Yoshiaki actually thought he was going to get to be shogun. Nobunaga, on the other hand, was pretty sure that if anybody was going to be ruling Japan, it was going to be Nobunaga. So with this in mind, trouble started after a scant few months in Kyoto. Nobunaga made Yoshiaki send letters to all the surrounding daimyo, inviting them to take dinner with him. Unfortunately, Yoshiaki had already started to send out secret letters of his own to nearby clans, inviting them to come liberate Kyoto from the hands of the wicked usurper Nobunaga. So you can see how this dinner invitation might seem suspicious to some people. And the head of the Asakura, one of the powerful nearby clans, saw through this offer of an evening snack from Yoshiaki, realizing that Nobunaga was behind the whole thing, and decided it was a trap. Of course, because the invitation had technically been from Yoshiaki and not Nobunaga, when the Asakura refused, Nobunaga declared them traitors to the shogun and declared war on them. A bit much over a dinner party, but hey. And so it was on. Nobunaga marches his forces out of Kyoto to crush the rebellious Asakura. But to get to the Asakura lands, he has to march through Azai territory. If you're Nobunaga, you're thinking, of course, no problem. After all, if you remember from our last episode, Nobunaga's sister was married to the Lord of Azai. Womp womp. So yeah, of course, as soon as Nobunaga and Tokugawa's forces have gotten to Asakura territory, the Azai decide that, what the heck, they've known the Asakura for longer, now is a good time to revolt. So now Oda's forces are trapped between two powerful clans. The Azai have cut off their retreat to the rear, and the Asakura are in front of them. Their supply...
This is why 1v1's better. And then if you got like, then three is always a problem, because someone is always the third fucking wheel. Someone's always screwed. You'll have two people that fucking hate each other, but then they'll come together to fuck you up whenever it's convenient. Like, there's just no winners when there's three. Then instead, bring more in, you got World War.
lines are in ruins, they're outnumbered. So what'd they do? Well, Nobunaga's first response was to fight everybody, but luckily his generals convinced him that they could split the army and safely slip away by the back roads. And here you've got to give Nobunaga credit. One of the reasons that he succeeded where so many others failed was that he was always playing to win. He was willing to take a desperate gamble if it was the only chance he had, but he wasn't a man who acted rashly or out of temper. But oh man, let me tell you, he was pissed. He'd withdraw, but he was gonna kill his brother-in-law. No, literally, he was really going to kill his brother-in-law. But it gets worse. The Oda column is sneaking through forest backroads, Nobunaga cursing loudly about the treacherous Azai, when suddenly there's a noise from one of the trees. A ninja, Sugitani Zenjubo, has been lying in wait for them. He fires his first shot from an arquebus, tosses it aside, and fires a second shot from another arquebus he had primed and ready. Both hit home. Nobunaga is thrown from his horse, chaos erupts, Sugitani Zenjubo flees, but his job wasn't done. Nobunaga stands up, both bullets having lodged themselves in his arm.
And though I know that the East is the creator of the gunpowder, but you're getting back up. I cannot imagine those rifles are hitting hard.
And if you thought Nobunaga was mad before, oh boy. So, with an assassination attempt behind him, Nobunaga makes it back to Kyoto, and over the next 2 months, he rallies his forces. Now, with Tokugawa and Hideyoshi at his side, it's time for him to return to Azai and teach them what it means to betray Oda Nobunaga. It is now July of 1570. The combined Tokugawa and Oda forces have marched into Azai land. They move to threaten one of the main Azai castles, but they're met at the Anegawa River by the combined armies of the Azai and the Asakura. The Azai line up on the east to face the Tokugawa forces, and the Asakura line up on the west to face the Oda. The stage is set for an epic... Wait, no, hold on. Nobunaga wants to switch it up first. The night before the battle, when he sees the Azai flags to the east, he switches his whole line around so his army is facing the Azai, while Tokugawa's handles the Asakura. Because nobody kills Nobunaga's brother-in-law, except Oda Nobunaga. So now, in the dim twilight hours of the morning, the battle begins, with samurai struggling in the knee-deep water of the Anegawa, steel ringing on steel, waters running red. Nobunaga's forces are barely able to hold their own, pushed back inch by the fury of the Azai assault. Enemy samurai almost reach Oda Nobunaga himself, only to be cut down at the last minute before they can deal the killing blow. But Ieyasu's forces are faring much better, and just as it looks as though the Oda forces might collapse, the Tokugawa push back the Asakura, and Ieyasu detaches a division to slam...
Because honestly, fireworks were good enough. Men always do this. They discover something fire-related, and then it's all fucking downhill from there. Because they like the sound of it.
Into the Azai flank. The Azai start to disintegrate. Nobunaga is saved, and the day is won. But the Oda forces are in too ragged a shape to pursue, and so they withdraw to Kyoto. Seeing the desperate shape the Oda troops are in, another...
And just so I don't seem like a misandrist, I need someone to write me a letter to justify. The people that have the diesel trucks, and vroom vroom make the black smoke appear. Let's forget about all the hippie environment shit. Why do they do it? What does it do for them? It has got to be something primal, which is, I like loud noise, smoke, go, boom. Is that what it is?
Clan,
I don't
the Miyoshi,
understand.
the clan that Nobunaga initially kicked out of Kyoto, decided it was time to get theirs back, and aligned themselves with the Iko-Iki, warrior monks who held the nearby temple fortress of Ishiyama Honganji. Now, have you noticed how everyone's coming at Nobunaga piecemeal? If the
Wait, so did fire get discovered back when, like, men just beat women over the head with clubs and dragged them back to the caves? I bet they had to discover fucking fire because the fucking food that got brought back to the women in the caves was like, fucking, this is shit. Get out there and bring back fucking better. Your ass better go back to the fucking store and figure it the fuck out. Because I have had 7 miscarriages this year because of the fucking pork worms. Big truck does equal, so like there has to be something with it. It is an overcompensation, but we learned in a video that small penis, big penis, it doesn't matter when it comes to vagina matters. Oh, so maybe it's because they're closeted. But then if everybody Tonto says is closeted, every fucking demographic that matches every stereotype, it would mean 95% of men are gay. And I don't know how to deal with that fucking reality. That's some waking up to a matrix that's, I don't know.
Azai, the Asakura, the Iko-Iki, and the Miyoshi had all worked together, they could have crushed the Oda. But this is one of the key characteristics of the age. This whole period is a catalog of people living in a state of mutual distrust. This is why the Oda-Tokugawa alliance is so important. Having just one ally that he could consistently count on gave Oda Nobunaga an enormous advantage, and allowed him to mop up the rest of the clans one by one. Which brings us back to the Miyoshi and the Iko-Iki. The Miyoshi are sort of a historical footnote, but the Iko-Iki are something we've gotta talk about. These guys were militant Buddhists, and when I say militant, I mean these guys were able to kick an entire samurai clan out of the Kaga province and just take it over for 100 years. To put that in perspective, this was the only province in all of Japan not to be ruled by samurai at that time.
Okay, I'll explain why none of these people are gonna make it actually. What are these two islands doing? Anyway, because you see in these flags, they're quite complicated. You see Japan's flag in current day, it's just white with a red fucking circle in the middle of it. They went minimalist. It's clearly how it was just meant to be. So, none of these symbols were gonna do.
Time. These guys scared the heck out of Oda Nobunaga and Tokugawa Ieyasu. In fact, they were probably the biggest obstacle between Oda Nobunaga and unifying all of Japan. Luckily for Nobunaga and Ieyasu, these warrior monks were more of a loose coalition than a unified group, suffering from the same distrust and fragmentation that afflicted the rest of the country. Now, in this case, the warrior monks giving the Oda trouble were from the temple of Ishiyama Honganji, a vast fortress complex at the mouth of the Yodo River. Nobunaga sallied out with 30,000 men to reduce the temple. He had to. You see, the thing about the Ikoiki was that they weren't a clan. They didn't follow the same rules of territory. A samurai clan had its domain, and if anybody entered it, well, that meant war. But the Ikoiki were monks, which meant that, sure, they had their province of Kaga, but they basically set up their temples wherever they pleased. After all, it's hard to stop your own peasants from building a nice, peaceful temple in your province. And this temple, Ishiyama Honganji, was just south of Kyoto, where Osaka is today. These monks had been refusing to pay taxes, disrupting trade, and generally just being a nuisance for some time. Nobunaga couldn't have them deep in his territory while he tried to conquer Japan.
If only... Where is the one true religion money to solve this problem? What were they using as currency? It's just gotta be trade and bar... Because that's what I don't get about civil wars. Because ideally, once one half breaks from the one that has the federal government control, isn't your currency worthless? It's not backed by any... Well, I guess gold standard was always a thing back then, until that Nixon came around with the computer chip stuff. But whatever. Like I said, it just seems you'd quickly lose society. That's why I don't think we're ever gonna have a civil war in our first world nations. I don't think we can fucking handle it. Also, the side with drones wins. What the fuck's the National Guard of any of our states gonna actually do?
And now that they'd allied with his enemies, well, it was time for all-out war. So Nobunaga raced south, and his 30,000 men surrounded the temple. The order to attack was given. They tried to charge forward, but the marshy land around the temple dragged at them. They sunk into the tidal flats, weighed down by their heavy armor. Their feet, sucked down by the muddy ground, got trapped in pots that the monks had buried in the wet soil. Then, gun monks. Yes, 3,000 elite monk arquebusiers.
Shout out to the horse from Neverending Story. I blame that scene for a lot of my anxiety problems. I did not like it very much. I have just been triggered, if you will. Yeah, but I mean, like, let's say California or Texas is like, I'm gonna succeed from the United States. How would they do that? Go do a book report and go write to me exactly how that would work. Do they have an armory with stuff in it to take on the other 49 states? Or will they somehow, through the power of sympathy and good speeches, convince the other states to be on their side? Could, because of one state causing shit, the rest of us get dragged into it? I wouldn't sign up for that. Then I feel like we would have a civil war within each of the states, because there'd be people that are like, that's fucking stupid. I don't care about what's happening in Minnesota this week. And, like, I honestly believe we're just this country's just too fucking spoiled, too ADHD, fucking goldfish brain, reactionary on the fucking social media, ain't gonna do shit in real life unless they're mentally ill. It's just, I don't see it. And I don't want to see it.
Years came to ruin Nobunaga's day, and Nobunaga learned what everybody else who had tried to dislodge the monks of Ishiyama Honganji had learned. Ishiyama Honganji was impregnable. For 11 more years, Nobunaga's men would camp around Ishiyama Honganji, making it the longest siege in Japanese history.
Well, I mean, maybe there's some Knights Templar fucking history in any of these, because, like, don't monks have a fucking history of being a defense? Are monks, like, you know, protecting the Pope? Because, yeah, he has guards around him and stuff, for sure. He's like a king in his own right. Gotta imagine so.
No castle defended by samurai, no daimyo's fortress ever held out as long as these peasant monks. But no sooner had Nobunaga's offensive against the Ishiyama Honganji stalled than he learned that the Azai and the Asakura were back in it, coming after him with the warrior monks of Enryakuji. You see what I mean about Buddhist monks actually being Nobunaga's strongest opposition? Well, Enryakuji was a fortified monastery on top of Mount Hiei. Wait, Mount Hiei? Come on, this one's practically in Kyoto. That's it. Nobunaga bites his pride and makes a truce with the Azai and the Asakura. It's time to deal with some monks. Now, the story of Mount Hiei is actually a tragic one. Nobunaga's learned.
We're burning each other's castles, hate each other so much, kill each other to the death to be fucking king of the hill, but oh no, other people are here. Hey guys. Like you said, it always goes that way when there's other factions. I just don't get how you can cease a hatred and just forgive past beefs for the... Maybe I'm just hating on current day too much. Maybe people, once again, have always been the same. The fucking reactionary shit.
From his experience at Ishiyama Honganji, he wasn't going to try to assault one of these impregnable temples again. Instead, he sets his men to encircle the mountain, and then on his command, he had them light the tree line ablaze. As the fire roared up the mountain and started to consume the temple at its summit in Ryakuji, Oda Nobunaga gave the order to slaughter every man, woman, and child fleeing from the burning temple. 20,000 people died on that day, and all of Japan learned what kind...
So Oda Nobunaga is not a good person. Like... They're not... They still like him in Japan, though. He's got a video game series named after him. I think he would be like Christopher Columbus status in America.
Kind of man Oda Nobunaga really is. In our next episode, things get grim for Tokugawa Ieyasu.
Well, I mean, this is a civil war. We had our civil war. Wasn't there, like, a guy that was so fat because he just went to all the northern cities and places that they sacked and he stole all their food? I think that's what happened.
Last time, we left off...
Was there any good people in the past? Well, yeah, it just, like, not killing people, that shouldn't have to be listed. Here's the problem with your religions, right? It's the whole fact that Moses has to come down from a mountain with the commandments. I'm sorry, just like I said, I have natural empathy. I don't want to be killed, therefore why would I inflict that anxiety and suffering and shit on another person? Simple as that. I don't want to be told that. Why are you talking down to me? But it seems some people just want to war and fight.
With Oda no...
But I'm just one of those weak women, you know, with that empathy stuff.
Nobunaga attacked by his own general, dying in a blazing temple as his dream of empire burned around him. But where did that leave everyone else? Well, first off, let's start with Tokugawa Ieyasu.
Hot take, well, he's still alive, so it doesn't count. But I was gonna say Keanu Reeves. He's never getting canceled. That's not ever gonna happen.
Remember how he was touring the Kansai with Nobunaga before he got called off to be killed by Akechi Mitsuhide? Well, that means he's now in the middle of Kansai with a handful of retainers surrounded by Mitsuhide's troops, who will certainly put an end to him if they can. Hundreds of miles from Tokugawa territory. He needs to get back to...
You son of a bitch. Don't you dare. No, I just got my words caught up. Tongue tuck. I can never... Keanu Reeves, Keanu. I always get it fucked up when I try to say it. And I shouldn't, because he's the star of my favorite film, The Matrix Reloaded.
Mikawa. But how? Well, it just so happens that in his party of retainers is Hattori Hanzo. Now, it would have been really easy for Hanzo to just give up Tokugawa right there to the nearest soldiers and probably earn himself a fine place in Mitsuhide's government. But instead, he says, "Hey Tokugawa, check it. I know this wicked secret path through Koga that all of us ninja use." Something to that effect. And off they go, sneaking through the country at night, barely slipping past soldiers as they went. And they did it. First, they went to Iga, where Hanzo quietly gathered ninja to serve as Tokugawa's bodyguard. Then they went to Koga, where, despite being rivals of the Iga ninja clan, the local ninja guild spirited Tokugawa through the countryside, because he had once shielded them from Nobunaga when Nobunaga wanted to wipe them all out. And with that, once again, with the help of loyal ninja, Tokugawa escapes certain death. Next, we have Akechi Mitsuhide, the betraying general, in the middle of Kyoto, basically figuring, hey, he held the capital, so he was gonna run the country. Operating on that notion, he started killing pretty much everybody who could threaten his new position. He slaughtered every Nobunaga heir he could find, starting with those in the capital. Although surprisingly, he didn't actually catch that many before the rest had the good sense to flee. Next, he sent letters asking for support or demanding submission to many of the nearby daimyo, but one of those letters was intercepted by good old Hideyoshi. But Hideyoshi was still in the middle of that siege that he'd been asking Nobunaga for help with. The scene probably went something like this. Hideyoshi is standing in front of a great lake, a lake of his own making. In the center stands the castle. He's flooded the area around it, and now the castle stands alone amidst a great sprawling expanse of water.
But what about the foundation? You know, I know there's only so much material, but weren't all these castles just made out of, like, fucking wood and paper? It seems like a design flaw to me. I think the stone and brick is a smarter choice.
Water. It's impossible to supply, impossible to reinforce, and impossible to escape. It's just a matter of time until this castle's his. Then a messenger gallops up, leaps off his horse, and says, "Nobunaga is dead. Mitsuhide holds the capital." Calmly, Hideyoshi offers the besieged castle terms.
Oh, we got him? No, he slipped and fell. You're fucking... No. Just tripped. Wild, and then he fucking banged his head into a table. Fucking spoilers for Breaking Bad, but Ted's death, I am always wary of fucking rugs now because of that. And like things that are left on the floor that anyone could trip on. That could happen. That probably has happened.
All he wants is the castle itself, some nearby land, and the head of the castle commander. If he gets that, he'll gladly let all the men in the castle go free. He has no ulterior motive, he's just being magnanimous in victory. The commander of the castle readily agrees, paddles out on a small boat, and opens his belly with a knife. Hideyoshi immediately turns around and spurs his forces toward Kyoto. Mitsuhide was not expecting Hideyoshi to move so fast. His forces are scattered by Hideyoshi, and he himself is killed by a group of peasant bandits as he tries to escape. It's been 13 days since Nobunaga died. Mitsuhide was officially shogun for 3 days. With Mitsuhide dead, all the major daimyo have a meeting to sort out who will be Nobunaga's heir.
I think chat should go back in time and convince these people to try communism and share it all.
Unfortunately, the one member of the Nobunaga family that Mitsuhide did manage to catch was Oda Nobukatsu, Nobunaga's eldest surviving son and the official heir.
Here, Tonto, Skit or Carmen Sandiego-like game idea, okay? Time-traveling communist, but it's like the most annoying fake commie ever. Gets the Terminator go-back-in-time power. In what fucking time period, in what godless fucking democracy or monarchy are you ruining? Or are they getting burned at the fucking stake?
In the end, after a great deal of debate, they agree to go with
Not
Oda
today,
Nobukatsu's
but
eldest
another
son,
day.
a 2-year-old boy named Oda Hidenobu. This may seem a bit odd, as Oda Nobunaga had other sons who were of age to rule for themselves, but Hideyoshi is, as always, a smart guy, and I'm pretty sure he realized that he had a much better chance of taking control and ruling everything himself if there was a 2-year-old at the head of the Oda clan rather than a fully grown adult. After that, the next several years are pretty much a cavalcade of suppressing rebellions, expanding on Oda's conquests, and yes, beating down some more warrior monks. Tokugawa and Hideyoshi even went after each other at one point, but both of them realized that they'd bleed each other dry if they fought. So in the end, Tokugawa acknowledged Hideyoshi as his lord, and Hideyoshi gave a number of
Connecticut Yankee and King Arthur. What? Okay, I forgot. Some people here have problems with the fucking East Coast. Given all these fucking, all this history information, all these political leanings, it's all really just to hide the fact that you're a Hoosier.
Special privileges to the Tokugawa clan, including the exemption from serving in Hideyoshi's armies for 10 years, which is about to become very important. But before we go over that, it's time to set all of these battles aside for a minute, and for the first time in this series, talk about civil administration, because, well, this was really the first time civil administration was possible on a national level since our story started. Hideyoshi wanted to end the Sengoku Jidai. He wanted to create a strong, centralized government, prevent civil war, and keep anyone else from threatening his position of power. So to that end, he enacted 3 major reforms. First, he completely overhauled the tax structure. Remember that the central government had completely broken down.
No. It was a movie in the 90s. The baseball player kid got sent back in time to fucking King Arthur's court. And then there was the movie Black Knight, starring Martin Lawrence, where he got sent back in time, and get this, he was in the jousting, but he was black. Therefore, the movie was called Black Knight. I know what I'm talking about.
In Japan during all of this fighting, so effectively the government hadn't been collecting taxes for years. Instead, every local lord or monastery stronghold had imposed their own system of taxes on whatever region they happened to control. Hideyoshi needed to change that. Without revenue, without the ability to pay soldiers, build castles, and employ administrators, the central government couldn't exist. But before he could start imposing his will and charging everybody taxes, he had another big problem to solve. With the years of war and strife, no one knew exactly who had what to tax, so Hideyoshi sent out ministers to do a grand survey of Japan, in order to find out what exactly was out there and how much it was worth. They divided each region up by the amount of rice it could produce, and started to tax them accordingly.
There it is. There's the #1 religion of the world.
Completely abolishing many of the old exemptions for temples or specific lords. Now this is a pretty incredible thing, and it tells you just how powerful Hideyoshi is at this point. Sure, he has to threaten everybody with killing them if they mess with his surveyors, but fundamentally he could go into every province in Japan and assess it. He could impose new taxes, and he could eliminate the age-old exemptions. This means that for the first time, we have a real ruler of Japan. But besides taxing, he also has to stop all the fighting. So secondly, he demands that all peasants give up their swords and turn them over to his administration. He felt like having a massively armed populace was a destabilizing.
First they came for our samurai swords, then they came for our rice, and then they came for our hats, and our children were gone and became geishas. That's how the poem goes.
Factor, leading to peasant revolts, banditry, and insurrection. And he was probably right. So on top of collecting all the swords, he forbade peasants from ever owning swords or guns in the future. This again shows just how powerful Hideyoshi is at this point, to be able to get everybody to turn over their weapons without a fight. Which he then did the morally upstanding thing with, and had them all melted down and turned into a statue of the Buddha. Finally, Hideyoshi established a permanent caste system in Japan. Peasants were peasants. Merchants were merchants, and samurai were samurai forever. No more switching between classes. Which is a little bit ironic because you may remember that this Hideyoshi guy, who just got himself declared regent of Japan, was a peasant himself and started all of this out as a sandal bearer. He completely forbid anybody else from taking the path that he himself took to greatness. Additionally, he put severe...
Excuse me, System of a Down said, "Who are you to drink from the water, then turn around and build up a wall?"
Restrictions on travel. Peasants no longer had the right to travel freely or to change their farm if they didn't like where they were. They were permanently tied to the land on which they lived. And while this may seem damaging in the long run, it certainly made rebellion much more difficult, and it increased the overall productivity and thus tax revenue of Japan, as peasants were stuck working their land rather than going off on military adventures. In fact, this system, awful as it might sound to us today, basically stayed in place until 1871. It wasn't until the questions of industrialization and modernization began to come up that social mobility and national productivity trumped the value of a rigid system to enforce peace. So Hideyoshi created a tax system, rounded up all the swords, and locked people into feudal castes. Now all that's left is to figure out what to do with those few 100,000 armed men kicking around his country who have no marketable skill other than being trained killing machines. And since we all know that having a great number of warriors with no war to fight never ends well, Hideyoshi found something for them all to do, namely, conquer China. Suffice it to say, they never got further than Korea. It was a disaster. Both sides lost hundreds of thousands
Gosh dang DMZ.
of people, and the brutality of the war was unimaginable. It's a story for another extra history series, but for our tale, it's important to know that in the end, the Japanese had to withdraw from Korea after uncountable losses. But remember how Tokugawa got an exemption from having his men serve in Hideyoshi's armies? That meant that Tokugawa didn't suffer any losses from the Korean campaign, and in 1598, as the war draws to its close, and Hideyoshi nears the end of his life with only a 5-year-old son to succeed him, this leaves Tokugawa in a unique position. Join us next time as we conclude the Sengoku Jidai.
I think that's just where they're like, okay, this kid is like emperor, but everybody around him is actually king. Might be one of those situations. A lot of these monarchs, it feels like the king is just actually a symbol, and it's really the council around them is the cabinet that does everything. And then when the populace is like, I don't like that person anymore, or I'm mad about something, it could just be like off with the heads with the council, new cabinet, much like Trump does now. I already said this at the beginning, I don't know why I'm repeating myself, but I feel like democracy was always there, just in different forms, swords or votes.
At last, the Sengoku Jidai nears its close, but not without one final grand chapter. The year is 1598. Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the second great unifier of Japan, has just died, leaving a council of 5 regents to guard his young son until he becomes of age to rule. By far the greatest of these regents is Tokugawa Ieyasu. His wealth is nearly that of the other regents combined. Hideyoshi, before his death, set in place a number of edicts to try and keep Japan from descending back into chaos, and to ensure the survival of his 5-year-old son, Hideyori. But loyalties are deeply divided, and suspicion starts to split the country almost as soon as he's gone. Some daimyo are still pretty bitter over the failed Korean campaign initiated by Hideyoshi, and so, quietly, where few can hear, they whisper their support for the idea of a Japan ruled by a Tokugawa rather than by the son of this peasant who cost them so much. Others fear the Tokugawa's growing power. If he's not stopped soon, he may well become unstoppable. Still others see the instability of having a minor as a successor to the shogunate as a chance for advancement. Mightn't it be possible at this 11th hour for them to swoop in and somehow take the grand prize, all of Japan? One of those in this latter category was a man named Ishida Mitsunari. Ishida was a courtier and not a warrior. He had served Hideyoshi as an administrator, reporting to him on the state of the Korean campaign, and was famously skilled at finance. As Ieyasu continued to consolidate his power, often ignoring Hideyoshi's provisions against strategic marriages and hostage exchange, Ishida Mitsunari began to plot against him. He planned to have Tokugawa assassinated and came up with the perfect scheme. He would make it seem like the Maeda, one of the other powerful clans on
Man, that all feels like a lifetime ago. I guess here, though it is practice, the revenge is best served cold.
The Council of Regents was in on the plot, so that even if his assassination plan was discovered, the Maeda would be implicated and forced onto his side. Unfortunately, his plan backfired. Tokugawa had used his wealth wisely, and had many people at all levels of society in his debt. He not only found out about the plot and the fact that the Maeda were falsely implicated, but also had a trusty Maeda retainer inform the head of the Maeda clan about exactly what was going on. As one of his final acts, the aging Maeda clan leader, Maeda Toshiie, traveled to see Tokugawa personally to pledge his loyalty. Shortly thereafter, Maeda Toshiie died, and at his funeral, a number of Tokugawa generals planned to have Ishida killed, but Ishida fled to Ieyasu himself and begged for mercy. Strangely enough, Tokugawa granted it, probably deciding that it was better to have an enemy you knew rather than one that you didn't. Besides, if he had Ishida killed now, some other force would certainly arise to oppose Tokugawa in the Sengoku Japan. After being released, though, Ishida continued his scheming. He began to gather as many allies as he could, knowing that a final conflict with Tokugawa was inevitable. In 1600, that conflict began. Uesugi Kagekatsu, Uesugi Kenshin's heir, came storming into Tokugawa land from the northeast, while Ishida started to move his forces up from the west. But Tokugawa had allies of his own. In the last calm days before the war, Tokugawa had made a visit to a lifelong friend, one Torii Mototada, a man he had known since they both served as hostages to the Imigawa way back at the beginning of our tale. They sat and drank sake and discussed the coming war. Tokugawa mentioned that the castle Mototada held was likely going to be one of the first points hit by the enemy, as it stood between them and Kyoto. Mototada acknowledged this, and said that he understood it would be the last time they drank together. They both knew that Mototada and his garrison couldn't possibly hold out. Mototada did not ask to leave or for reinforcements. Instead, he said he'd sell his life dearly, and that he did. When the attack finally came, his 2,000 men held out for 10 days against the onslaught of 40,000 Ishida troops. The castle itself wasn't breached until only 10 of Mototada's men remained. The entire garrison died there, but they took a heavy toll on the anti-Tokugawa forces, and the 10 days they held fast against the Ishida contingent of the army significantly delayed their march to Kyoto, which would prove crucial to Tokugawa in the end. Thanks to Mototada's sacrifice, forces loyal to the Tokugawa had time to rally and throw back the Uesugi, leaving Ishida to face Ieyasu alone. The decisive conflict came at a place called Sekigahara, a river valley surrounding.
Here, I'll be a weeb. In the third Inuyasha movie, which might as well be canon, because there's no reason it's not. Though this era is a problem if you do some necromancy, because there's a lot of recent bodies and zombies that can be fucking popping up from this ground, because it would be everywhere they went was just battlegrounds full of bodies. And then on top of that, you got demons running around, man. There's just nothing good happening here.
By hills. The forces were nearly evenly matched, at roughly 80,000 men each. The Ishida had taken a strong defensive position on the west side of the valley.
Problem is, we're looking for stories and repeating tales and interesting characters, because not doing this time period, it's been done to death.
Using the streams and hills to secure their line. The ground was a mire from the driving rains of the night before, and a thick fog shrouded the battlefield. But as the sun rose on October 21st, 1600, and the fog began to clear, the armies engaged. It was a grinding fight, neither side breaking, neither side losing ground or exposing a flank. Slowly, though, as the sun approached its zenith, the Tokugawa forces on the south began to give way. Things weren't going perfectly for Ishida either, though. Some of his forces weren't responding to his commands, and he'd gotten some pushback on a few of his orders for pretty minor reasons. But the fight was still going his way, so at last he decided to signal a full charge into the now exposed southern flank of the Tokugawa. He shot a flaming arrow into the air to signal the all-out assault. But something odd happened. The 16,000 men commanded by one Kobayakawa Hideaki didn't move. From the outset of the battle, those troops had just sat there, atop a hill at the very southern end of the Ishida line. Commanders from both sides had watched them nervously the entire time, with their flags planted and their men lined up on the southern rise, perfectly still. Frantic Ishida messengers had been sent up there all day demanding that they move, or at least trying to understand what was going on and why they weren't moving, but the messengers were simply turned away. Then, at noon, to the sound of a thundering volley from the Tokugawa arquebusiers, the Kobayakawa troops charged down the hill and slammed into the southern end of the Ishida line. Let me give you a little backstory here. The Kobayakawa were a bit of a wild card in this battle from the beginning, and no one on either side knew for sure what they would do. Ishida had promised great rewards to Kobayakawa Hideaki and brought him on his side. Heck, Kobayakawa had already fought for him in a previous siege. But Kobayakawa had promised his loyalties to the Tokugawa as well. You see, during the Korean campaign years ago, Ishida had accused Kobayakawa of recklessness, and Hideyoshi had taken away much of Kobayakawa's lands based on that charge, only to have them later restored when Tokugawa intervened. Turns out that Kobayakawa was still pretty pissed about that, and in the end, his seething resentment of Ishida won out over his desire for a grand reward. And so, as his forces came barreling into the Ishida line, everyone knew what this meant. This defection was the end. It triggered defections from the other wavering commanders and collapsed the Ishida southern flank. In a few hours, there was nothing left of the Ishida forces. The last great army between Tokugawa and complete control of Japan was shattered and broken, their commanders dead or being hunted down before the year's end. With this, Tokugawa started redistributing land throughout Japan, granting wealth to those who'd been loyal to him and disempowering those who'd opposed him. In 1603, the emperor granted him the title of shogun, and he ruled happily as shogun for about 2 more years. Yep, that's right. After all that, he was officially shogun for 2 years. But unlike everybody else, this wasn't because he died or lost a battle. It was because he retired. And this may be one of the most important things Tokugawa ever does.
Man, how great it would be. Well, I mean, there's been a couple English prime ministers that have done this in my lifetime. Just walk away. But almost seems wasteful in democracy because how much fucking fundraising money, donor money, people that supported and believed in you, in your ideals, in your decision making so much that they voted you in as leader of the free world. And you're just like, nah, not for me. I'm out. Too much to handle. Mental health. This one's the real one.
He continued to rule safe in his home province for the rest of his days, but officially he passed the title of shogun to one of his adult sons, Tokugawa Hidetada, and gave him a fair amount of responsibility in managing the bureaucratic organization of the shogunate. Because Hidetada was an adult who already had a strong military record, and because he ruled...
Oh, well, this was something I considered for something I was writing once, but didn't think people actually put it into practice, was the idea that the prince would be king, and like once someone's son comes of age, they have to fucking retire. That way there's no, fucking struggles when the old man dies in his sleep. None of that, and then the king's ready to rule.
In name, and even in part, in fact, for over a decade before Ieyasu died, no one opposed his continued rule when Ieyasu passed. There would be no upheavals like those that followed the deaths of Nobunaga.
Oh my god, I figured this out on my own. This is the best way to prevent all this shit. Just retire. What is it all for if you don't get to enjoy? That way you do all your kingly stuff in your youth when you can handle it, and then fuck all the whores and get fat Robert Baratheon style in retirement. Not hard.
Naga and Hideyoshi. By retiring early, Ieyasu saw to that.
Obviously, I gotta learn
this
more
left only
history.
one piece that could possibly disrupt the succession of Tokugawas as undisputed rulers of Japan, and that was Hideyoshi's son, Hideyori. So every year, Tokugawa tried to lure him out of his stronghold at Osaka Castle, and every year he refused. Until, at last, Tokugawa just attacked him on the flimsiest of pretenses, an inscription that he'd put on a bell, which, if you really stretched its interpretation, could be considered an insult to the Tokugawa.
Well, what am I saying? There was the Bush family. I'm still waiting for Jenna. Jenna... Can twins run... Someone should make an argument to the fucking Supreme Court. I don't know who the fuck that... Twins should be able to run as one, because they were in the womb together, they were born as American citizens together. They should be allowed to run as one. The Bush twins, let's go.
Kind of. The siege of Osaka began in November of 1614, and by the late spring of 1615, the castle had fallen, and with it, the only Toyotomi heir. It was a year later, almost to the day, that Tokugawa Ieyasu died, and the country passed peacefully into the hands of his son, Tokugawa Hidetada. And like that, the period of the warring states, the Sengoku Jidai, came to an end.
There's lies, though. I don't know what this is from the playlist, but this is the last one. And then I've still got the Google Doc. I'm gonna call it because it's getting late, and then I can just continue next stream. And then I can find some more stuff. Then we'll do... Still got China. I got some more medieval Europe stuff, some medieval stuff. Germany. And I'm most excited for saving America for the colony times. Because I think that's my favorite time period. But I've also got Canada. Don't think I have not forgotten about Canada. French Revolution. I actually didn't put anything for Rome. I think I need Julius Caesar. I think he's the most important. Guy invented a calendar, gets stabbed for his problems.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to...
You can mark this on your fucking prediction card, fucking bet all your money against me in Polymarket and become rich. Jeb Bush is not going to play any significant role in our fucking futures or lives. He is a meaningless. He is just there as a fucking Yamcha. That is a guarantee.
Lies, the part of extra history where I tell you everything we got wrong, where we screwed up,
Well,
and
retraction.
all the interesting facts we just didn't have time
Retraction.
for in the main show.
Fake news.
There's a lot less that was wrong with this time around, though, which is actually awesome because it buys me more time to talk about the stuff that I really wanted to talk about last time, like historical perspectives and different theories on how to see history. But before we get to all that, let's go over the stuff we did screw up. In the first episode, we mentioned Miyamoto Musashi, but we don't mention him again. Where'd he go? Well, theoretically, he fought at Sekigahara, but there's a lot of confusion as to his timeline, and no one knows exactly when he lived, to the point where historians date his death to before some...
I don't think he was real, this King Arthur shenanigans.
Other historians date him being born, so he gets a nod, but we couldn't really find a place to legitimately put him in the show. Also in the first episode, a lot of people were shocked at how unreal it was for the Lord of Imagawa to cut through an Ashigaru's spear. Now, I'm the first to say I'll embellish minor details for the story if they just don't exist in the historical record. But the funny thing is, this actually wasn't one of them. Multiple sources talk about this very incident. They could all be getting it from one ancient source that did some embellishing in the first place, but it also wasn't unheard of for peasants to have spears that were just simply bamboo, which a well-made samurai sword could easily chop into. In episode 4, we said that Usugi Kenshin died in 1577. I have no idea how that number got in there. We corrected it via annotation, but the number is just wrong. He died in 1578. In episode 5...
Well, this isn't exciting. We're just gonna accept their lies, because we don't have a test coming up. We don't have a teacher to go, actually, teacher. They already did it for us. Lame. We'll end on this fun video.
In a tier list of the most powerful and seductive shapers of culture, the temptress that is fashion easily ranks amongst the top tier. We've all been bitten by this bug. It's the first day of 4th grade and you're strutting your way down the hallway, all eyes drawn to your new SpongeBob Heelys. But your undeveloped brain forgets that wheels on shoes equals no stick to floor, and one wrong step sends you plummeting, showering the hallway in colored pencils, Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and shame. We've all been there. Right? But while people often reminisce about the dapper fashion of the good old days, they usually aren't referring to the more ridiculous or outright baffling trends that have existed. So get comfy and buckle up your Supreme seatbelts, because on today's field trip, we're touring the world of absurd trends, styles, and fashion throughout history. And there were a lot of these, so if you want a part 2, make sure to let me know in the comments. Hobbling is the act of strapping together an animal's legs to prevent them from moving too quickly. This practice proved useful throughout history.
Aw man, misery, am I right?
For preventing your horses, donkeys, or women from running away. Wait, introducing the hobble skirt, a dress designed to obstruct a woman's stride with its tight-fitting hem, perfect for all your duck-waddling appreciation parties. Credit for the skirt was claimed by French designer Paul Poiret, whose design quickly replaced the corset as a staple of high fashion in 1908, leading him to state, "Yes, I freed the bust, but I shackled the legs." It's not entirely clear where Paul allegedly came up with the design. Some say it may have originated from the first woman to fly.
Why would you brag about that? What a weird flex.
An airplane, who tied a rope around her skirt to prevent it from blowing up in the wind. But I have a different theory. Perfection. Obviously, the trend came with certain mobility-related complications, such as crossing a street, or going upstairs, or just, living a life. Things like boarding streetcars became especially difficult, so I guess they're just gonna have to wear something else for daily transit. Oh, or you could just have the city design modified streetcars specifically for hobble skirts. But as everyone knows, you're not a great trend until you've had your fair share of untimely deaths. One woman drowned falling off.
Why? Why must things be this way? For what? Oh my god, someone saw an ankle. Burn the whole fucking city down. But It's like, who decided the fashion rules? Who were the people? Because I can't figure out what gender to blame. No, it can't lead back to the Matrix, no. And by Matrix, you know what I mean.
A bridge in New York, while another was killed trying to outrun a loose horse at a racetrack in Paris. But don't worry, the onset of World War I saw the decline of the speed limit skirt, with its impractical design not really suiting a wartime atmosphere. Thanks, World War I. You really saved a lot of lives. When you hear the word hermit, many...
Well, I think it's the fucking furries, actually, because in order to get their vile lifestyle of wearing fursuits out and about, they had to create a society of clothes first, in more ridiculous fashions. You see, the Wright brothers didn't come out with a plane with 2 wings. That's fucking stupid. No, they came out with like 12 wings, 8 wings, and then they got it down to 2. You gotta start... You gotta throw a lot of failures out there. No, it's not. Furries are masculine. I take back all the insults I said. Nothing more masculine than getting in with your squirrel side.
Often think of the adorable little crustaceans occasionally found as pets. Others, a sweaty neckbeard grinding for RuneScape XP in his mom's basement. However, a true hermit has more in common with the latter.
Bossman Jack isn't a neckbeard.
Opting for a life of isolation, where instead of grinding for XP, they grind for spiritual enlightenment. These secluded eccentrics often lived lives of peace and meditation, contemplating the meaning of life. And so naturally, British aristocrats thought they make perfect garden gnomes. Good morning, friendly travelers, and what a wonderful morning it is. Perfect for embodying the spirit of the youthful rabbit, frolicking in God's greatest gift. Oh, look, George, we simply must have one in the garden. Oh, thank you, but Damn it, Martha, you're right! It fit in perfect next to the tulips. Forget the elaborate hedges and
You can move into my backyard, Tonto.
neatly trimmed lawns. In 18th century Britain, your estate wasn't worth mentioning unless you had yourself an ornamental hermit. Basically, you'd
If you build the bomb shelter, you said you know how to do it.
build a simple brick or stone building called a hermitage and pay some guy to live in it, decorating it with tree root shells and bones in what was pretty much the 18th century equivalent of your lovable crackhead dumpster dweller. In exchange for lodging, food, and a stipend, they were expected to spend their days in isolation, where they wouldn't bathe, cut their hair, or engage in any kind of recreation or social mingling. They served as entertainment for guests.
And it also has to be a teepee. Like, in the style of our ancestors, please. Gotta bring Indiana to Michigan.
Walking through the estate, where they could approach the hermit and pick up a little nugget of wisdom. Invest in Dogecoin you should. $1 soon it shall be. I don't understand. He's reached a level of enlightenment we could never hope to achieve, Catherine. Kanye 2024. Wow, such wisdom. But finding a real hermit wasn't as easy as it is today, where all it takes is pulling a Pokemon.
What? No, not while this bitch is on the screen, no thank you.
It's Twitch chat, so some estates had to post advertisements for the position. Turns out, asking a man to dedicate their life to social exile solely for the entertainment of the British elite is rather difficult, leading a few estates to actually use mechanical dummies instead. So if you were updating your resume hoping for a job as an aristocrat,
I need to look up when the Pawpaw Festival in Ohio is. I need to try a pawpaw fruit.
quirky little poverty exhibit, think again, because not even that job is safe from being replaced by automation. This trend fell out of style by the 19th century, but if you're hoping to visit a hermit, you're still in luck. There's a hermitage in the mountains of Austria that's been continuously inhabited for the past 350 years. Or if that's too far, you just go to Portland. The American song Yankee Doodle has been sung for hundreds of years and is nearly famous enough to replace the US national anthem. Toxic by Britney Spears. But it turns out the famous lyric about macaroni isn't actually talking about those delightful curvy carb tubes, but a ridiculous 18th century British.
Why didn't the US stop at the Midwest? Like, I don't understand. You have Chicago a booming, sometimes it'll burn down, what you gonna do? And then you got New York fucking city, bustling, Ohio, all this fucking industry, right? But well, I don't know, actually. I'm talking pioneer days, but it seems like we got all the settlements over here. What is the point in going west? What is the point in just uprooting your life, packing up a wagon, saying, let's go to the place with the fucking rattlesnakes? Like, is there really a grass is greener type thing in our brain? Like, what is over there? Or, this is what I've been thinking, because they're not really enforcing laws over there in the West because it's growing too fast. Is it just, I don't like the law, I gotta flee the law? That's who I think was leaving. That explains a lot.
British fashion by the same name, characterized.
Exactly. You came back, Tonto, because you know there's nothing over that way. Cool, nice weather. That's vacation time. That's why they suck over there, you see. They've never had to experience getting ice off their windshield at 6 a.m., going to work, fucking 2-degree weather. They don't have that. Without that, how are you going to build character?
By their outlandishly large wigs, vibrant colors, pointy shoes, unnecessary canes, and tiny hats, this eccentric fashion had 18th century Britain looking like if Rockstar made Grand Theft Carriage Aristocrat City. The fashion originated from young men who went gallivanting around Europe on the Grand Tour, essentially the Georgian-era equivalent of your typical rich kid gap year abroad for finding themselves. Just like all college-aged men, they developed a passion for macaroni while passing through Italy, using the word for its cultural sound to describe anything sophisticated or worldly, such as their new drip. Oh my gosh, James, you look like a whole new man. What do you call this?
I can't believe this was drip. I guess it's to hide the lice and the grease because they don't have fucking shampoo. But I still think they should bring them back. They still do it in Parliament in Australia and whatnot. What? Like, if they're gonna do it, we should do it. What are we? Just the rebellious child of these nations? No, we need to show we're adults now. Bring back the powdered wigs, and I bet Congress will say less ignorant things to get clipped on the news. I betcha.
Oh, this? Just a little thing we picked up passing through good old Italia. I call it macaroni. So ethnic. But while the ultra-elite enjoyed how this expensive, over-the-top fashion distinguished themselves from those yucky poor people, macaronis soon began to fall out of favor. Given their exaggerated and often flamboyant appearance, the term began to refer to excessive fashion and male femininity, which at the time was rather frowned upon. Trust me, they want to be colonized. Gay! Whether or not macaroni was ridiculed because it suggested homosexuality is unclear, but regardless, mocking the trend became another popular British pastime, right up there with playing cricket and selling opium. After a lot of heat from magazines and cartoonists, the fashion fell out of style after only a decade. But don't worry, the rich will find other quirky ways to express themselves. When you think of history's manliest sex symbols, there are probably quite a few individuals who come to mind. No, not me, stop it. King Henry VIII, especially in his youth, could be considered one such individual, and he wasn't really subtle about it.
Why didn't he get a portrait done of him when he was fucking young? Did he? I guess it's because the clothes, they dressed the kids up stupid. Wasn't it hot back then? They didn't have fucking air conditioning. Why did they? This is just peacock shit. This is just look at all the things I have. I don't understand. I fucking hate old England fashion. I'm sorry, it's not good.
To highlight his fertility, Henry VIII was particularly fond of wearing a codpiece, a type of flap or pouch protruding from a man's trousers, kind of like a genital birdhouse.
But in all reality, he's probably not fat compared to motherfuckers today. I gotta keep in mind, people were skinnier back then. They didn't eat all the fucking processed shit we did. Like, it was different. So I guess they can wear all that heavy clothes better.
While he didn't start the fashion trend that became popular during the 15th century, he certainly embraced it with open arms. Or I guess legs. So much so that you'd be hard-pressed to find a portrait of him without it. His armor is on display at the Tower of London, sporting a whopping 2.5-pound codpiece, which was sure to make him look quite submissive and breedable on the battlefield. Apparently, others thought so too, seeing as how women used to stick pins in its leather lining in hopes of increasing their chances of getting pregnant. Because you know, nothing quite screams healthy family like the dude who beheaded 2 of his 6 wives. His codpiece was so iconic that there used to be a wooden statue of him also at the Tower of London, equipped with a secret mechanism. To activate it, one only needed to step on the right.
That's the only thing I want to go to Europe for. I really want to go to the Tower of London. I guess I could do the virtual tour. Maybe we'll do a tour next time, one of those things, and then I won't ever have to go to England. My friend went there on a school trip, and then that's when the riots broke out, like the ones like in the 2010 era, I think. And I'm like, well, first of all, what the fuck? My class never got to go to fucking England. All of ours kept getting canceled due to terrorist attacks. And they're just on the bus and like boom, and I'm like, no thank you. I don't trust that powder keg over there.
Spot on the floor. Hey, where's the codpiece? That's kind of the shtick. Check this out.
Take note, England, while King Henry VIII is out here with his codpiece. I am more scared of your country than anything in America or fucking, I don't know, Asia. I'm more scared of England. Well, the people
You've done
and
it again,
being
Tom.
there.
The fashion blossomed in Europe until the 16th century, coming in many shapes and sizes. And each time you think it couldn't get crazier, Google Images steps in to prove you wrong. I'm particularly fond of the German codpieces. I don't know what they were going for with this one, but to me it looks like a weird Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone fan fiction.
No, that's a fetish of someone's.
You know, the one where Voldemort attaches himself to Professor Quirrell's other head, Avada Kedavra. So while it may seem like the fads of today are as stupid as they come, clearly history has had its fair share of trendy hiccups to hopefully give you a little more faith in humanity. Or not. As you look back at what was in vogue in centuries past, it makes you wonder and perhaps excited to see what may become stylish in our lifetimes. Not me, though. Fashion has already failed me on that fateful day many moons ago. 4th grade was a long time ago, Blue Jay. You need to let go. I can still hear them. The laughs. Oh god, they just get louder. And remember what we say to them when we hear the voices? Blue Jay? Beauty is pain. Louder. Beauty is pain. You're ready. So from hobbits in your garden to towers on your noggin, I think it's safe to say weird historical fashion gets 6 out of 11 out of 10 stars.
Alright, well, that's just gotta be part 1 of the history. I got so many. Said, I don't think medieval Japan, like that, it's been done many times over. And I could probably not do the amount of research any Wikipedia warrior who is our demographic. Well, our demographic is the kids that go to the LeBron James school. Let's not get it twisted. Gotta remember, this is for 3rd graders. But yeah, I'm still afraid they'll outweeb me. But said there's a lot of just, it's still civil wars just be civil wars. I'm really sold on Baltic fucking Russian Navy though. Ooh, but Louisiana. There's just so many options here. I can't, I'm just having fun. I was gonna play Stardew Valley I didn't do anything. I just watched the videos thinking, man, what would I be doing in this time period? The archaeological video Tonto suggested, I'll line that up, because everything he suggested so far has been banger. I really like this Blue Jay channel. Oh, we'll make it. Like I said, you can see the gears are turning. And it's all useful. I keep saying that when you're working on a project. As long as what you're doing in your free time when you're fucking around and having ADHD is something educational. And this, when I was a babysitter and stuff, was something I did as well. Like, slop, like SpongeBob. The kids gotta have their SpongeBob, but not all fucking day. You gotta, it would be like school hours, so we're saying like 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. It has to be PBS, has to be educational. You gotta learn something to enrich your life. You learn from the past, enhance your future, and I use it to appreciate things. Women were property up until the fucking suffrage and whatnot. And in a lot of countries, they still are. So I'm not gonna go bitch about, the shit Taylor Lorenz bitches about. I appreciate things, and I feel like there's a whole bunch of female historical role models that had a lot more adversity, and they still made it work, and they didn't make it. I don't think they were out here being like, look at me, I'm the first female leader in this many... They didn't care. It was just like, I gotta get this done for my family name. In da-da-da. Like I said, there's some real role models there. Alright. Thank you all. Thank you guys for being here. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a